In this complete HTML course for beginners, you will master HTML from start to end. By the end of the course, you will have complete understanding of HTML and you will be ready for CSS. Firstly, I'll give you my handwritten notes so that you do not have to worry about documenting the notes. Secondly, you will find all these materials in a detailed way in our website, which is www.tutorialbrain.com, where you can access all the articles for free, which is available 24/7 in our website. Last but not the least, if you're really interested in mastering HTML with lot of details, for example assignment, quizzes, certification, interview questions and a lot of other details, then you can enroll in my paid course. That course will be approximately 10 to 15 hours of course. And if you want to enroll that course for free, then you can use the coupon code which I have provided, or rather which I'll be providing in this particular course, and the first 1,000 students who will be using that particular coupon code will be able to enroll in that particular course for free. Another thing is that, let's say that if you have missed to apply that particular coupon code, or you are not in the first 1,000 students, still you can access that course using that coupon code for a much lesser discounted rate. In order to get all these benefits, you just have to do one thing. You just have to subscribe to the channel so that you will get all the updates. It takes effort to create a long video like this, and I'll really appreciate if you like and share this video with your friends, family or anyone who is interested in mastering HTML5. Once I get at least 1,000 likes for this particular video, I promise you that I'll be coming with even a better video for CSS. If you have any questions or suggestions to improve the videos, feel free to comment on these videos. So without wasting much time, let's get started. And before that, if you want to master all the HTML tags one by one in alphabetical order, then you can check my 3.5 hours of detailed course on HTML5 tags in this particular channel. So our time is finally here. Let's get started. I have created this course in 8 chapters. What I've done is, I have a folder with the name Coding Programming with Tutorial Brain, and I have 8 chapters starting from chapter 1, which is Introduction and Setup, and at the end I have audio, video and YouTube. So all these chapters are available to you for download from the description of this video. So go ahead and download these files. Now what you can do is, first let me just go to Introduction and Setup, and let me just open this file in my browser. This is chapter 1, HTML Introduction and Getting Started. So first thing first, what is HTML? HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language, and I have mentioned here that it is Hypertext Markup Language. So hyper means that it is a reference or links. It will render very fast. Then we have text, means it is a piece of data or information. Then we have markup, and please note it is a markup language and not a programming language, because it is having a predefined tags, or you can say that it is having attributes or elements, and that is the reason it is called as markup. And since it is a way to communicate to the user, that is the reason it is a language. So it is Hypertext Markup Language. Now it was created by Tim Berners-Lee in 1991, and it is mainly used to create the building block of a website. So you may ask me that what is building block? So building block means that you have the structure of a website, and that structure is created using the HTML. So HTML is the base for starting a website. Now it is clear that HTML is the base. Now HTML is divided into 3 components. It is tags, elements and attributes. Okay, so we'll talk about what are these, that is tags, elements and attributes in detail as we move further in this particular course. Before that, let's say that if I open a website, if I open this particular website, that is amazon.in, when you see this website, you see that this particular website is looking in this way because of the front end part, that is HTML, CSS and JavaScript. So these 3 makes front end. So front end is visible to the user, but at the back end there is a logic, or there is some calculation, or there are a lot of maths which is involved in the logic. So that backend part cannot be shown to the user because of security issues, and only front end is visible to the user. Now you see that this contains HTML, CSS and JavaScript. I'll just show you how it is done. And first, in your Chrome, just go to View Page Source. You can see the source code of the front end part. So these are all HTML codes, and then we have JavaScript as well, and we also have CSS, which I'll show you just the basic introduction of CSS in this course. In fact, I have a complete CSS course coming up, and if you're interested, then please go to my channel. So you can just go to tutorialbrain.com. You can just go to playlist, and by the time I'll be uploading this course in my YouTube channel, you'll be seeing a particular playlist for CSS. Now let's come back here, and I was talking about the source code. So the front end part, as I told, contains HTML, CSS and JavaScript, and backend is all about a particular programming language. For example, it can be a PHP, it can be a Java, it can be a Python or any other programming language which is used to perform the mathematical calculation or logic which will enable the front end part. Okay, so you see now, if I just come here, you also have inspect. So inspect is a very good tool for developers. If I just click on this inspect, these are all HTML codes, you see, and then we have CSS part. So I'll just show you, for example, what is CSS. You should understand that when you have HTML, so HTML is the bare bone structure. It is just the base. Now, on top of HTML, if you apply styles, then it is called as CSS. CSS stands for cascading style sheets, and it is used to add styles on your HTML document. Similarly, JavaScript adds behaviors. For example, let's say that if I show you with a chronology, understand that you have a building. So here I have shown, you see here. So analogy is that, let's say that we have a particular house. When we build a house, first we have to create the design of the house, or just the structure of the house at start. Now you see that this is how the structure of the house will look. So you can think that that particular structure is like HTML in terms of website. And then if you add some designs, so you see that if you add some colors, you have increased the width of the house, you have a particular height of the house and so on. If you decide that, then you can consider that it is called as CSS with respect to website. So CSS is to add styles. So you are adding styles to your structure, and then we have certain functionalities or behavior using JavaScript. So JavaScript, you can see that, for example, you have added a chimney in your kitchen, or you have a room wherein you will be having your lights, or in bathroom you will be having your commode and so on. So you can consider that these three will power HTML, CSS and JavaScript in terms of home analogy. So I have defined here that HTML is used to create the structure or skeleton of the website, while CSS is used to style the HTML document and to beautify it. And you might ask that, is it possible to have a website without CSS? Yes, it is possible to have a website without CSS. There is no doubt about it. But is it practically possible? The answer is no, because most of the website, or almost all the good websites, or almost any of the websites you consider which is available in the internet, it will be having CSS code, because without CSS it will just look like a plain bare bone structure. And JavaScript is not mandatory to have in all the websites, but if you want to add some functionality, or if you want to add behavior to that particular website, then you must have JavaScript. So that is the reason I mentioned here that finally we use JavaScript to add functionality or logic to it. So don't get confused between this logic and the backend logic. Backend logic is driven by a backend program. It can be any program. It can be object-oriented program or structural program or whatever program it can be. But that program will be having a logic with respect to some other calculations. It is not the front-end logic. But if you want to have some interaction between you and the website, for example, when I say you, that means the user and the website, or I want to have some functionality so that user can interact with this particular browser, then we have to use JavaScript. So this is all respect to front-end part. Now, if I just come down further, you see that I mentioned that front-end is HTML plus CSS plus JavaScript, which is in fact visible to the user, and the backend is a particular programming language. And also, please note that backend also contains a database. It can be any database. For example, we have Oracle database, we have MySQL, we have DB2, we have lot of database. For example, we can also have SQLite, and there is a very powerful and very popular database, which is a very good database, which is called as MongoDB. And my next course is all about MongoDB. So if you want to learn, or rather if you want to master MongoDB or SQLite, you can also check in my channel. Now, so let's say that when you type in the browser https://www.tutorialbrain.com. So let's say that when I type amazon.com or tutorialbrain.com, so what happens is it sends a HTTP request to the server. So HTTP means Hypertext Transfer Protocol. So it uses a particular TCP. I'm not going to discuss much about TCP, which will be a very different topic altogether. So just understand that it will be HTTP request. So in fact, it is a GET request that get this particular index. That means get the home page of this particular URL. So URL is this particular URL. You see, this is called as URL, which is called as Uniform Resource Locator. So URL is Uniform Resource Locator. So in fact, it is the address of a particular website. So you can consider this as an address. Now, when the user types tutorialbrain.com, for example, or for that matter, any particular website, then in the browser, you are sending a HTTP request to a particular server. So in fact, it is sending a request to a DNS, which is data name server, and then that data name server will give a IP address for that particular request. So for that particular URL, I mean where it is hosted, so for that it will give a IP address. Using that IP address, it is sent to a server. So server is not like a very different thing. And server is also a computer wherein you are hosting a particular website, or in fact you can host a number of websites in that particular server, and that server will be powered by Apache or Nginx server, whatever it is, but that server will be running 24/7 without any interruption. So that request will be sent to the server, and the server will send a response. So we are saying that, boss, you give me this particular website, you show the structure of this website, and then that particular server will listen to your request and it will send the HTML, CSS and JavaScript files. So you see, the response will be HTML, CSS and JavaScript. So in fact, it is sending this particular data from the server. But what you are seeing actually is, if I just close this, you are actually watching this particular website, rather watching these HTML, CSS and JavaScript. So what happens is, the server sends HTML, CSS and JavaScript, and your browser, for example, let's say that you are using Chrome browser, your browser will render the HTML, CSS and JavaScript file, and then it will display this particular output in a beautiful manner. So you see, I have mentioned here that browser renders the HTML, CSS and JavaScript files and shows the output in form of a website. Now you can consider that your computer or your browser is like a client, and then we have a server. So this is called as client, which is your local computer, and then we have a server somewhere else hosted, and you can consider that as a main computer which will be hosting your website. I'll just show you again. You see here, if I just come here and give inspect, now go to network, and you see first time nothing is loaded here. But if I just refresh this, you see, if I just refresh this, let me just show you here properly. If I just go to network and if I just come down, now you see here, it is sending lot of requests. You see, under the name, there are a lot of requests. For example, www.amazon.in. Then we have lot of these requests, and you can see that there is a status. So status 200 means that everything is okay and this particular resource is available. And you see the type is also mentioned, that is document. You see this is HTML. Then we have style sheets, right? So there are a lot of types, and status of 200 means it is available, it is okay. And the content type you can also see. If it is not found, then it is going to show another status and it will be not found here. Okay, so let me just close this. Now we have understood about HTML. Now let's try to code HTML. Now what I have to do is, first let me just close this, and here you see that I have added these chapters. So here what you can do is, for running HTML, there is a very minimal requirement. Even you can run a HTML file in Notepad or Notepad++ or TextEdit or whatever basic code editors or text editor you have, you can run your HTML file in that. Just make sure that whatever HTML file you have should be having the extension as .html or .htm, but it is always better to keep .html because most of the websites are driven by .html rather than .htm. What I'll do is, first, you see, I'll just give right click, I'll just go to new, and you see here I have text document. Just click on this and I'll just give, for example, index.html. So I have changed the extension. Previously it was .txt. What I've done is I've just given here index.html, just give enter, and it says, are you sure you want to change it? I'll say yes, because I want to change it and I want to create a HTML file. Now you see that it is showing a Google Chrome here and it says type as Chrome HTML document. So it is a HTML file, and if I just open this in, even let's say if I want to open this in Notepad, I can open this. You see, I can open this with Notepad, and if I just write, for example, let's say hello. If I just write hello, and if I just open this particular file in a browser, so just to show the output, you have to open this file in a browser. Now I'll just say open, and I'll just say Google Chrome, and hello is outputted in your browser. So it's not like we have to write a code like this, but the basic idea is clear to you, that you can even code the HTML in a basic text editor. Now for this particular course, what we are gonna do is, we will use a very good code editor which is called as Visual Studio Code, because Visual Studio Code is the most powerful and most popular code editor for coding HTML. So we are gonna use VS Code. Now let me just close this. I have just shown you that even with the help of basic Notepad you can start coding HTML. But what I'm gonna do is, you see I have Visual Studio Code. So in your browser, just type download Visual Studio Code, and this is the link you'll get, and you can download Visual Studio Code. So let me just click on this Windows button because I'm having Windows operating system. If you are having Mac or Linux, then you can download the corresponding file. Now it is 72 MB, so it is going to take some time depending on the internet speed. So let me just pause this video, and once the file is downloaded, I'll just install it. Now you see that this particular download is complete. So just click on this executable file just to install this in your computer. Just accept the agreement. Next. And you have 4 checkboxes. Make sure that you check all these 4 checkboxes, and it is important. I'll show you why it is important. Just click on this next button, click on install. So by the time it is getting installed, you can see that I mentioned that we can write the HTML code in any text editor like Notepad or Notepad++ in Windows, or even TextEdit in Mac. But to learn HTML fast and efficiently, it is better to use a very good code editor, and we are using VS Code for that purpose. If you are not comfortable with VS Code, which is very unlikely, you can use a very good code editor which is called as Brackets. And if you go to our channel, under playlist, you see if I just go to little right side, I've created a playlist for brackets, and if you want to master brackets, you can master about this particular code editor from here. But we are not using brackets in this particular course, rather we will be using this particular VS Code, and I'm not gonna launch at this moment. Just click on this finish button, and now what I'll do is, here I'm inside this particular folder. What I'll do is, I have, you see, open with code. Now during installation, if you remember, I have asked you to check all these 4 checkboxes, and just to get this particular option and to add VS Code to path and some other features, I have asked you to check all these 4 checkboxes. Now if you just click on this open with code, it will open this particular folder in VS Code. In fact, if I just go to command prompt, what you can do is, first let me just copy this path, and I'll just go to F drive, and I'll just give cd, and I'll just go to this particular folder, and if I just give code space dot, it will open this particular folder in Visual Studio Code. I'll just show you. You see, now it is opening this folder in VS Code. Yes, I trust the authors, and you see we have these 2 folders. Now the beauty of using Visual Studio Code is that it is having lot of inbuilt plugins and lot of features using which you can learn HTML quickly. So if you see that, let's say for index.html, you see automatically here it is showing that it is HTML file. If it is not showing to you, just click on this HTML and you can select a particular language. In this case, you can just search for HTML, and you see it is showing that HTML at the top itself, and it is already configured. Now you see there are a lot of things. For example, we have an extension called Prettier which is already installed, but if you do not have Prettier installed, and what you can do is you can just give here Prettier. I think the spelling is something wrong. Prettier, yeah, Prettier. So this is the extension which I'm talking about. So it is already installed, but you will be having an install button here using which you can install this particular extension. So this is a code formatter extension, and you can see that so many number of people have installed this particular extension. So this extension is very popular. Now you have to install another extension which is called as Live Server. This extension is also very popular, and this is from Ritvik Day, and I have already installed this. That is the reason it is showing as uninstall, because it is already installed. Now before installing VS Code, I was already having Visual Studio Code downloaded in my computer, and I had already installed these 2 extensions. That is the reason these extensions are already installed. Now in your case, if you are running or if you are installing Visual Studio Code for the first time, you have to install using this install option. Alright, so I'll just show you. For example, you see here you'll be having install button. Just click on this install button and it is going to install this live server. Now the beauty of this live server is that as soon as you are making some changes in your code, it will automatically reflect in your server. It will create a live server for you, and whenever you install an extension, just give Shift Ctrl P to open command palette, and you have to reload the VS Code. So either what you can do is you can just close from here, and then again you can open VS Code, or directly you can just click on this reload window and you can refresh or you can restart your Visual Studio Code. So this is always recommended for you. Now let me just wait until it is loaded. Meanwhile, what I'll do is I'll just come here, and you see here we can go to the web browser and search for download Visual Studio Code, and then you can download the VS Code from the official website, which is code.visualstudio.com. Okay, and I have mentioned that you have to install 2 extensions. So what I've done is, you see this is the extension manager or extensions. From here, once you go to this particular extensions, you can write here Prettier or whatever extension, for example live preview, Okay, so you can install from here or live server. Okay, in my case we have installed live server, and if I just come down here, I have mentioned that how to execute HTML. So you can open the text editor of your choice. So let me just do one thing here. If I just click on this, it is Explorer, and at this moment let me just close this extension live server. It is not required. And if I just click on this index.html, at this moment the content is hello, and you see if I just right click here and if I just click on open with live server, or somewhere here if I just click on open with live server, what it is going to do is it is going to set up a live server for us so that we can directly work in our browser. Now you see the live server is 127.0.1 and the port number is 5500, and we have index.html. Now you see if I just remove this index.html, if I just give enter, still it is going to give me the content that is hello, because we have hello in the index.html. Now if I don't have index.html, let's say that if I have any other name, for example, if I just give right click and if I just give rename, and instead of index, if I have, for example, let's say sample.html, you can give any name. If I just save it, if I just give right click and open with live server, and I'll just close the previous live server. Now you see it is sample.html here, and if I just remove this, now you see if I just give enter, this time it is not able to give the particular index.html file since we have sample.html, and that is the reason it is not able to load sample.html by default. So make sure that you should always have index.html as your root file, so that if you just hit the server, by default it will open the index.html. So what I mean is, if I just change it back index.html, just save it, and if I just come down to my server, if I just give enter, you see by default it is opening hello, and hello is present in index.html. So by default every time it is going to load index.html, and if I just give here that index.html, give enter, you see that it is the same content that is hello. Now if I just go to my particular PDF, you see I have mentioned here that you should save the HTML5 as index.html or index.html. So actually I should write here that it's not like you can always name the file name as index itself. It can be any file name, but the extension should be either HTML or HTML. So it is better to go with .html compared to .htm, because there are a lot of features or plugins which only supports .html, and most of the browser they support .html. So that is the reason you should go with .html extension. In fact, .htm will also work in most number of cases. Now what you have to do is, as I have showed you, is that you have to open the file in any web browser to see the output, and name the first page, that is home page, as index.html, because it is a special name to show the home page when the website loads, and I have showed you that as well. Now I'll talk about this particular thing, that is basics of HTML. So first, if I just come to my index.html page, now you see that this is not HTML. Basically I've just written hello, and there is nothing like there should be tags, elements, attributes and so on in HTML, which we have not yet started. Now first what I want you to do is, first you will be having no content in your index.html page. So what you have to do is just give exclamation mark, and you see you have emit abbreviation. Just click on this and you'll get a boilerplate of HTML. So this is just a boilerplate to get you started, and these are all tags which I'm gonna explain in this particular video. So don't worry if you don't know about these tags. This is all we are going to understand in this particular tutorial. Now if I just give Ctrl Z, and you see if I just give exclamation mark, and even if I just give enter, it is going to create the same boilerplate. Again I'll just give Ctrl Z, and if I just give exclamation mark and tab, you can again create the same boilerplate. So either you can just give exclamation tab or exclamation enter or exclamation, and using your mouse just select emit abbreviation. Now here I'll just show you. If I just write, for example, hello. So whatever content you write it within the body tag. This is the body tag. Okay. I'll just explain to you in detail. At this moment, just understand that all the contents which are visible to the website are written inside the body tag. So if I just write hello, and if I just open this with live server, let me just close the previous one. You see hello is mentioned here, and sometimes your live server might not work because there can be few issues. Let me just see whether my live server is working or not. So you see the content is hello at this moment. If I just say hello, welcome to Tutorial Brain HTML course. If I just give Ctrl S, you see the same is reflected in my output. So directly in the live server, I can see the changes. So I have changed the code here. So if I just give ... just give Ctrl S, and you see that those changes are reflecting in your browser. So this is the beauty of using live server. Now sometimes few of the students might face an issue. What happens is when you install this particular extension, that is live server, so let's say like 5 or 10 students out of 1000 students can face this issue. Not everyone will be having this issue. The issue will be that your live server may not work. So there are many reasons because of which your live server may not work. First, you see here, if I just come to my folder, you see I have some spaces in my folder names. So make sure you do not have spaces in your folder name. So when you create a folder name, it is better to give ch-1 or ch_1 or ch1 in continuation. You should not have any space in the folder name. So it is always better. And I don't know, sometimes this will also cause a problem because of which your live server will not work. Similarly, if you directly open a file without having that file inside a folder, let's say that in the desktop you have created a file, for example a.html, and if you directly open that file, just give right click and open with code, and if you open that file in your VS Code, and if you try to use live server, it will not work because live server works on a folder. So you should have a folder, and inside that folder you should be having a HTML file, and if you open that HTML file in the live server, it will work. So that is second issue which you should know. Third thing is like sometimes what happens is using extensions, you will install too many extensions. So installing too many extensions can also cause issues. First, it will make your Visual Studio Code more heavy and it will take more time to process the commands. And secondly is that there can be conflicts between 2 or more extensions. So it is better to keep minimum number of extensions in your Visual Studio Code. So always keep whatever extensions you require in your VS Code, but do not keep so many extensions. If you are not using any extension, you can always disable it or you can uninstall it. Okay. Now these three issues I am very familiar with that it happened. And sometimes what happens is you just give hello and you try to save it, and then you try to run in live server and you feel that live server is not working. For example, you see here, if I just close this first, you see at this moment hello worked, but what I'm gonna tell you is that if I just give Ctrl S, open with live server, now you see hello is printed. But if I just go to my VS Code and if I just write how are you, if I just save it, sometimes or most of the times you see it is not reflected in your browser because there is no proper coding structure in your HTML document. So in order for live server to work properly, you should be having a proper HTML code. So if I work like this, for example, now I have proper HTML code and you see I have doc type HTML, I have HTML, then I have head and all. So we are gonna discuss all these in detail at this moment, do not worry. So if I just write hello, now if I just save it, now it should work. You see, if I just change anything, For example, let me just close this server, live server. And now if I just give open with live server, and you see we have hello. Now if I just write welcome to tutorial brain HTML course. If I just save it, now you see that it is automatically reflecting in my browser, in my live server. Make sure you have a proper coding in your HTML file and then use the live server. Again, now you see, if I just show you this particular code, you see there are some basic structure of HTML. So most of the HTML document will be having this particular basic structure. So in fact, this is added by me. So if I just go to my chapter, you see HTML consists of three main tags: HTML, head and body tag. And you see we have this HTML tag. So in fact, I can remove this and I can keep something like this, or I can keep something like this as well, because the language is English, which is mostly preferred. So that is the reason by default it has mentioned like language is equal to English by using this emmet plugin. Now this emmet plugin or emmet extension, which is used by Visual Studio Code, is very popular. So what I mean is, you see if I just give exclamation mark and you see it says emmet abbreviation. So actually this is not a feature of Visual Studio Code. In fact, it is a feature of emmet. So this Visual Studio Code contains inbuilt emmet plugin, using which you can shorten your HTML and CSS journey and you can work effectively. So if I just click on this emmet abbreviation, I have already told you that it will create a boilerplate for you, and this is only because of this particular emmet plugin. And if you want to master the emmet completely, just go to our channel, and in playlist you should be having, you see, emmet tutorial and course. So I've explained about emmet in detail using brackets code editor. But emmet will work mostly with all the modern code editors. For example, Visual Studio Code is such a great code editor that it contains the emmet plugin or emmet extension directly inbuilt in it. So this is the feature of emmet which will make your work very easy. And I'll be showing you that how easy it is for you to learn HTML in Visual Studio Code because of this emmet plugin itself. Now if I just give, you see, hello. Now if I just save it, now in my live server, you see that you can see the output, right? So if I just come down, you see, if I just go to my chapter, it says that HTML tag is the parent tag of head and body tag. So you see HTML tag is the parent tag of head tag. So after HTML tag, we have the head tag and then we have body tag. So first, I'll just show you, in HTML document, you will be having a tag. So what happens is, you have a starting angular bracket, and you see that if I just write, for example, HTML, by default in this particular Visual Studio Code, directly we get an end tag as well. So this is the starting tag and then this is the end tag. So this is the angular bracket and then HTML, and then we have ending of HTML and we have a forward slash in between. So this is called as starting tag and this is called as ending tag. So most of the tags in HTML are having starting and ending tags, but few of the tags, for example BR tag, HR tags or image tags, are not having the end tag. I'll talk about all these in detail, but understand that the HTML document works on tags structure. So for everything you'll be having tags, and these tags have a fixed meaning. So that is what you can see here. I mentioned that HTML elements has opening and closing tags, except few like BR tag, HR tag, image tags, etc. And HTML is not case sensitive. That means HTML and HTML both are same. Okay, there is no difference between HTML, that is capital HTML or small HTML. You can also have mixed case. For example, you can also have something like this, that is HTML. You can also have something like this. Okay, now extension for HTML is .html or .htm, which I have already explained to you, and this is the basic HTML document. And in fact, you see that if I just use this emmet plugin, if I just give exclamation mark and give enter, this is the basic HTML code or basic HTML document which will be created for you using this Emmet plugin. And even if you don't code this, just remember that this is the basic structure of HTML. And at the top, you have angular bracket, that is opening of angular bracket. Then we have exclamation mark, doc type HTML. So you see here at top, we have this particular doc type, and this specifies the type of document. So in this case, it is HTML5, and that is the reason we have exclamation mark dot HTML. After that, the root of the tag. For example, you see we have the starting of HTML. So this is the opening HTML, and then we have the end HTML. For doc type, there is no end, but for HTML, this is the root tag, and everything is under this particular HTML root tag. Okay, and then we have head tag. So head will contain all the head elements. I will talk about this in detail. For example, you see that it is containing meta characters, that is, it can contain the meta details, that is data about data. Then it can contain author details, then it can contain the base URL, then it can contain some links, reference to images, and so on. I'll talk about all these. In fact, you see that it is also containing the title. So title of the document, I'll talk about this title of the document and so on. And then we have body tag. Inside the body tag, your other tags which are visible to the user is also present. You see here, it says body tag, and then we have h1 tag, h2 tag, and so on. So I'll talk about all these h1, h2. In fact, we have so many tags, that is p tags. And if you see, there are almost like 100 or 110 tags. I'm going to cover most used tags, and those tags will be most important for you to understand. If you want to understand about all the tags, then I've already created a video for you. Just go to the YouTube channel for Tutorial Brain, and you see there will be, okay, go to videos, and you have all HTML tags explained. So here you see this is a 3 hours course, and in this course I have explained about all the tags in detail. So if you want to master all the tags in detail, then you have to go to this particular course. I'll just give the link of this particular course in the video description of this particular present course. Alright, and if I just come down, you see here, this is the structure which I have already explained to you, and you can write here. For example, if I just give here h1, I can just write like welcome, or let's write something different, that HTML tutorial. And if I just give h2, you see, if I just give here like one of the best HTML course, if I just save it, just go to my live server, you see it is coming in a very different way. So this is my h1 tag, so it is for heading. I'll explain about all these in detail as we move. And first, you see here I have h1 and h2, and if I just go to my chapters, you see I did not explain about tag. So basically tag is like a container which will contain the content. So you see I have mentioned here that tag is a container or keyword, and in fact tag can also contain other tags in it. So here you see head tag is containing the meta tag, title tag, and so on. In body tag you have h1 and then h2, right? So tag can contain other tags as well, and few tags are, for example, br tag, hr tag, image tag, that does not have any end tag, right? So please remember that tags are like a container, and it tells the browser how to display a particular content, in which manner it will display to the browser. It is all driven by this tag. It comes in pairs. I have explained to you that it is having the starting tag and ending tag. For example, you see here, for example, meta is not having an end tag, but if you see head tag is having an end tag. Similarly, body tag is having an end tag. HTML tag is having an end tag. So in the same way, we have lot of tags which we are going to cover. So stay tuned and let's discuss the next chapter. I will open the next chapter. So first, let me just go to file, and I can just close this particular folder. And once this folder is closed, let me open this folder, I mean chapter number 2. So I'll just go to my Visual Studio Code, go to Files and Open Folder, and I'll just select that particular folder. So let me just copy this path and I'll just open this chapter number 2 and I'll just select this folder. Now you can open the folder from here as well. That is, you can just go to chapter number 2 and you can just give open with code. I've already shown this to you. Now once I open this, let me open this particular chapter number 2, and this time I'll name the file. For example, let's say I can just give, for example, let's say new file and chapter 2.html. Just give enter, and now you see if I just open this particular chapter, or in fact I can open this particular folder in my VS Code also, but I don't want to open it here. So what I'll do is I'll just go inside this particular chapter, and you notice I have this particular PDF. I'll just open this particular PDF here, and this is my chapter 2, and it is all about comments, headings, paragraphs and elements. So first, what is HTML comment? So please note, if you have a code, then sometimes it is better to explain the code to your peer developer, and comment is the best way to explain the code to him. In case if you're not there, your code will be explanatory to him and he can understand what you have written. So I have mentioned here that we can use the HTML comment tag to explain the code to another developer, but it is not directly visible to the end user. So the user can in fact see the particular comment by going to the source code, but directly it will not be visible to the browser. So to add a comment, you have to give angular bracket, then you have exclamation mark, then you have to give 2 hyphens or 2 dashes, and then you have to give your HTML comments, and then you have to just give 2 hyphens or 2 dashes, and then you have to close with angular bracket. Now you see here, what I'll do is I'll just give here exclamation mark tab to get my boilerplate, and you see for comment I'll just give exclamation mark, then I have 2 hyphens. So please note that here I can give a comment. For example, I can just write, let's say, comment here. If I just save it, now if I just open this in my local server, I mean live server, now you see first let me just close this previous one, and at this moment nothing is there, and you see we have just given a comment, and if I just say, for example, let's say welcome, and if I just save it, and you see welcome is displayed because welcome is not a comment, but before that we have this particular comment. Now please note, we have to give exclamation mark and then 2 hyphens. If you just give something like this, for example, if I just give a space, you see it gives an error here and the syntax changes. You see, if I just show you, you see it says comment here because it is not taking this as comment. So it is very important to give exclamation mark at start, and there should not be any spaces. At end also, you see if I just give like this, then this is not a problem. And you see here what it is happening is basically that it is not understanding where it is the end. So basically it is not a problem, it is not an error, but you'll not get the desired output, right? So just to fix this, if I just provide proper way, now you see you are getting the correct output. So this is how you have to just write your comment. Let's move forward, and now let's talk about headings. So in HTML, there are 6 levels of heading, that is H1, H2, H3, H4, H5 and H6. So based on this particular order, it is in decreasing order. For example, H1 will be the highest priority, and this is used for main heading. Then we have H2. The font size of H2 will be little smaller than H1, and it is used for subheading. Similarly, H3 will be having the font size smaller than H2, and it will be under H2. So in the same way, you see I mentioned here that it will be in descending order according to the level of heading from H1 to H6. So let's say that if I just write here, for example, if I just say H1, and now you see here I did not write angular bracket. So what I've done is, see the beauty of Emmet, and if I just give here H1, or you can just see if I just click on this emit abbreviation, automatically it is giving me the entire tag, that is starting and end tag. Now I can just say, for example, I am h1, okay, or I can just say I am heading 1. Similarly, I can just give h2, and you see I can just say, for example, I am heading 2. In the same way, I can have h3, h4, h5 and so on. So you see, if I just write h6, I can write like this as well, and I can just say I am heading 6. Just save it. Just go to a browser. In the live server, you see the font size is bigger for heading 1 because it is h1. For h2, it is smaller than h1. Similarly, you will be having h3 if you want to code. And you see h6 is very small. In fact, it is very small, and I would not recommend to use much of h6. Now, if I just come to my code here, first let me just go to my PDF, my document, and the next one we have is paragraph. So paragraph is used to add a paragraph. So if you want to add a paragraph, then you have to use the paragraph tag, for which the tag is p tag. I'll just show you. You see here, if I just give p, just give enter or tab, and this is the starting and ending tag. Okay, and what you can do is just to add some content. Let me do one thing. I'll just give here, for example, lorem, and if I just give 30. Now you'll notice that if I just give enter, it has automatically given me the 30 words for this particular content. So this is a very good feature of emit. Similarly, if I want to add another p tag, I can just say, for example, p, and again I can just say, for example, lorem. This time if I want to add, for example, let's say 35, or for example 40 words, I can just give lorem 40, and this emit is going to give me 40 words of content. So this is very useful when you want to design a website, or when you want to structure your HTML document and you have to have some dummy content. Now I'll just show you the output. You see the output. This is the first paragraph and this is the second paragraph. Now you see, if I just show you the code, between the first paragraph and the second paragraph, automatically the browser has given a particular division. So that is an important concept which you should remember. It is not coming from the same line, rather it is coming from the next line. Okay, now let's talk about line break. So let's say that you have a particular paragraph, and in the paragraph you want to add a br tag. You want to add a line break. Then in that case you have to use this particular br tag, and using this br tag you can add a line break. I'll just show you. For example, let's say that after this I want to add a line break. I can just give, for example, br, and once I save it, go to my browser, and now you see this particular content is coming in the next line. Similarly, if I just give a br tag here, you see, if I just give here br, just save it, now you see this particular line is coming from the next line. So this is how br tag behaves. Let's come down here and let's talk about elements. So if I just show you my HTML document, you see I have this particular tag, then we have this ending tag. So this is the starting tag, and then we have the ending tag, and in between we have the content. So this can be any content. Similarly, for h1 we have a starting and ending tag, and then we have the content. So if you have the starting tag, ending tag, and in between that if you have the content, then it is called as elements. Similarly here, you see, I think there is some problem. I think it should be like p tag here. Okay, there is some mistake here. Okay, let me just save it. So I think there was some problem. Because of this we got the ending tag here itself. Now you see, we have this starting tag, and then we have this ending tag, and between we have this particular content. So this is called as element. Now if I just come down here, you see here that it contains everything from the start tag to the end tag. So we have starting tag, we have end tag, and between we have the content, and this entire thing from here to here that is start to end and between, it is called as elements. Let's talk about nested HTML elements. So as the name suggests, nesting means that you're having elements inside an element, or you can have a tag inside a tag. So this is what I mentioned here, that HTML element inside another element is called as nesting of an element. So we have a starting tag, then we have end tag, and inside that we have another element. So you see in this particular example itself, we have a start tag, we have end tag, and in between we have another tag. In fact, you can also have another tag here. It's not that you can only have be a tag, you can have lot of tags which we are going to cover in this particular course. Now if I just go to this particular notes, let's talk about HTML attributes. So basically, what are attributes? Attributes are the properties, or attributes are something which provides some extra information about the tags. So you see, for example, let's say I have a tag which I'm going to cover later on. So for example, if I just give, let's say a, okay, and if I just give enter, you see by default this particular emit plugin, let me just show you again. If I just give a, and you see if I just select this emit abbreviation, or if I just give tab, automatically it gives me href is equal to and then double quotation. So we have this href as an attribute. So it provides an extra information about this particular a tag. So if I just write, for example, https://www.tutorialbrain.com, and if I just save this, and you can just write here, for example, click, or I can just say tutorial brain. If I just save it, you see that a is used to create a link. In the output, I have this particular detail, and if I just click on this, it will lead me to tutorialbrain.com. So let me just come back, okay, and let me just correct it. It should be small letter just to make it cleaner. And if I just close this, even I can close this, and let me just open it again using the live server. And I have this particular a tag. So in fact, it is having the tag along with the properties, and you see we have defined this using this href attribute. So href attribute is one of the property. In the same way, we have lot of attributes which we are going to cover in the course later on. At this moment, I've just given a basic detail or basic idea about attributes in HTML. So that's all we have in this particular chapter. If you have any doubts in this particular chapter, you can comment and I'll try my best to answer this. In fact, this is very easy because these are all starting chapters. You should not be having any doubts. But in case if you're having any doubt, feel free to message me or you can comment on the video, and definitely I'll try my best to answer this. Now let's close this particular chapter and start with the next chapter. For this, I'll just go to files and I'll just say close folder, and what I'm gonna do is I'll just go to chapter 3 and I'll just say open with code, and just wait until this particular folder is loading up, and I'll just close the previous folder. It is not required. So we have this particular folder, and this particular folder, first let me just come here and open this particular PDF file. You see it is all about formatting lists and phrase tags. So here I'll just say, for example, formatting lists and phrase.html. Give enter. And first, formatting of text is important to provide or to suggest different type of text in your document. And the first one we have is strong text, strong tag. So if I just give my boilerplate, so I'll just give exclamation mark followed by tab, and here first let me just say like formatting of tags. So I'll just say, for example, h1, and I'll just say formatting tags. And first let's talk about a strong tag. So if I just give here strong, or if I just give str, you see automatically this particular emit plugin is suggesting me that it is for a strong tag. So this is a very good feature of Emmet. And what I'm saying here is like I am a strong text. I am important. Okay, so if you want to mark a particular text as an important text, then that particular text will be having little higher weight, and that will be an important text. So for example, if I just open this in my live server, let me just close the previous document, and you see here it says I am strong text and I am important. So you see it looks like a bold tag, but in fact it is not exactly a bold, rather it is marked as important. So whatever text you want to mark as important, you can consider that text inside the strong tag. Now let's move further, and the next one we have is bold tag. And if I just come down here, you see if I just give B tag, and actually this particular B also makes a particular text bold, but the issue here is that it will not mark that particular text as important. So I can just say like I am a bold tag and I do not mark the text as important. Let me just save it. Okay, and in the output you see I'm getting this particular detail, and let me just format it properly. So what I'll do is after the strong tag I'll just give a BR tag, and let me just format it, and if I just save it, my document should automatically format because I'm using the prettier extension. Now just give right click, and you see I should be having format the particular document. You see I have Shift Alt F. You can also click here to format your document in case your document is not getting formatted properly. And let me just show the output. You see this is also bold and this is also bold, but the difference is that this is an important text, but this is only a bold text, but it is not an important text. Alright, let's move forward and talk about EM. So EM is for emphasized. So I'll go a little fast. So I'll just say I am emphasized, and you see it will be a sort of italic text. You see here in the output it is showing as I am emphasized. Again I'll just add a BR tag so that I get the result in next line. And next we have is I tag. So I tag will make a text as italic. So if I just give I, you see I am italic, and before that I'll just give a BR tag. If I just save it, you see in the output it is saying like I am emphasized and I am italic. So both these tags are making the text as italic, but in the first case it is emphasized and in the second case it is not emphasized. Alright, so it's very easy. Now let's move forward to next text, which is small. And you see if you want to make a particular text little smaller, or if you want to decrease the size of the text, then you can use the small tag. For that, what I'll do is first let me just give a BR tag, and the next line I'll just give, for example, small. Or if I just give SM, you see by default the Emmet will just give me small. And if I just say like I am small, or I'll just say like for example I am, and within the small I'll just say small. Okay, let me do one thing. First I'll just add a P tag, and inside the P tag I'll just add these details, that is I am small. Okay, let me just save this, go to your browser, and I think this is not working properly. Let me just open this particular document with live server, and you see it is showing that I am small, right? So I'll just close this. So sometimes you might face some issues with your live server plugin, and in that case you have to restart your Visual Studio Code, or what you can do is you can connect with live server again. In this case, just to fix this, I'll just go to command palette, and you see I should be having developer reload window so that I should not have any such issues. Now it is done. and I'll just come here, I'll close this document and I'll open with live server. By the time it is getting loaded, you see the next one we have is sub. So sub is used for subscript, and the next one we have is sup, which is for superscript. So I'll just tell you the difference. So let me open it. I think we tried to open it, but it did not open. Open with live server. Yeah, now it is opening. And you see here, first let me just come back. And if I just say, for example, first let's take an example of subscript. So you know H2O means water, right? So if I just give H2O means water, and before that I'll just give a p tag, and I'll just do like this. That is, I'll just wrap this text inside this p tag. You notice here that we have H2O means water, but this particular 2 should be like a subscript. So for that, what I'll do is here I'll just give a sub tag, and I'll just give 2 inside this subscript. If I save it, right? So now let's talk about superscript. And if I just give, for example, like let's say a square is equal to b square. In this particular scenario, or in these particular scenarios, it is called as superscript. So if I just say, for example, a, and for 2 I'll just give sup, that is for subscript. And if I just give 2, and you see a square is equal to, I'll just give b, and again I'll just give superscript. So I'll just give 2, and if I just save it, it says a square is equal to b square. So I hope you got the idea about subscript and superscript. Let's talk about inserted and deleted text. So first, let's say that if I just say, like, for example, if I just say I was going there. Let's say that instead of there, I want to insert a text called here. So what I'll do is I'll just say ins for inserted text, and I'll just say here. Okay. Now in the output it says I was going there, and you see it appears as if you have added this particular text. That means you are trying to insert this text. And if you want to delete this there, what you can do is you can just give del tag. So I'll just give del, and there what I'll do is I'll just copy and paste it inside this del tag. Now you see the difference. You see there is a strike through this particular text. That is, this particular text that is there is getting deleted, and we are trying to insert this here text. So this is all about insert and delete. Next we have mark and sample. So let's say that if you want to mark a particular text in a particular color, for example, let's say yellow color, then you can use the mark text. So mark tag. So basically it will highlight that particular text in yellow color. So if I just give, for example, mark, and I think this mark tag is not working properly with emit. So I'll just manually write mark, and I am marked. Now you see, if I just show the output, you see there is yellow background for this particular text, right? So it is marking that particular text. So in a way it is highlighting that. Now let's talk about sample. So you see here we have sample, and it is used for getting sample output of a computer program in a different way. That means by just looking into the text, you can understand that this is the sample output. So if I just say, for example, let's say I have something like this, that is a square is equal to b square. And if I just give, let's say, if I just duplicate this. So to duplicate, we have to give shift alt and lower arrow. Now you see that I'm duplicating in the next below line. Now if I just give here, for example, samp, and let me just copy everything and place it inside this samp. Once I save it, in the output, first let me just see the output. So it is like a square is equal to b square, and then the next one we have is sample. So first let me just do a br tag, just save it, And now you see that there is a minor difference. You see, this is like a normal text and this is like a sample text. So this is like a sample code. Okay, so this is all about SAMP. Next one we have is code tag, which is used to show the computer code. For example, you have a particular programming language, and if you want to show like this particular text is like a code, then you can use that code. I'll just use the same example, and this time I'll just duplicate this. So what I'll do is I'll just come here and I'll just give Shift Alt and down arrow. Now here I'll just give code, and here I'll just change it to code. Let's save it and I'll just show the output. So first, again, sorry, I missed to add a BR tag so that you get a correct output and you can visualize it properly. Now you see it is almost like the same, that is a SAMP tag is almost like code tag, but if you don't want to use SAMP, you can use the code tag. So code is to show like a computer generated output for a programming language, and sample is for sample output. Alright, so this is all about all these tags, and the last tag is U. So mostly U is used for underlining to show that this particular text is misspelled text. So if I just give, for example, U and IMU tag, you see you can write anything here and in the document, and you see it says IMU tag. So in fact, again, I'll just give a BR tag here, and once I save it, now I'm having IMU tag, right? So this is all about these particular tags, that is phrase tags. So if you see, I have covered all these tags, and these tags are very simple. That is the reason I have just given a basic examples of all these tags, right? Next, let's talk about lists. In HTML, you have two types of lists. The first one is ordered list, and the next one we have is unordered list. So basically, why we use list? If you want to group a particular data, then you can use the list. And ordered list means that it is a numbered list. You see, this is ordered list, for example, apple, orange, and so on. So you see there is a number that is 1, 2, and so on. If it is unordered list, it is also called as bulleted list. And you can see that we have bullet points, for example, tea, coffee, and so on. Ordered list is denoted with OL tag, and unordered list is denoted with UL tag. And inside the ordered list or unordered list, when you have lists of items, so for those list of items, you have to use the LI tag. So this is an example. You see, if I just want to create an ordered list, you have to just give ordered list, that is OL, starting and ending. And inside this, you have to give the list of items in LI tag. So you see, the first item is you have given LI tag, and then starting and ending of LI tag, list item 1, again list item 2, and so on. In case of unordered list, you see the OL will be replaced with UL and it will create unordered list. Now if I just come back here, I'll just talk about ordered list and unordered list. So I'll just give a H1 tag here, or this time let me just give H2 tag, and I'll just say like lists. Okay, and below this, you see first the output, you see I'm having the list. All right, and what I'm gonna do is, first let me save it properly, and here what I'll do is, first let's talk about ordered list. So to create ordered list, for example, I can just give OL, and inside this, you see if I just save it, now in the output nothing is there. Now what it will do is, if I just add LI tag, so if I just give LI, you see I can just give, for example, apple, and you see if I just save it, it is automatically formatted because of Prettier extension which we have installed. If I want to duplicate it, I can just give Shift Alt and down arrow, and here I can just give, for example, orange, and in the output you see that we have apple and orange, right? So in the same way you can add many number of items. Now you don't have to manually type in this particular code editor like this. I'll just show you. Instead of this, First, I'll tell you, if you want to comment this code, what you can do is you can just give control and / to comment out this particular code. And instead of this, what I can do is, let's say that I want to add two list items with the name apple and orange for ordered list. What I'll do is I'll just give OL and then I'll just give greater than symbol and I'll just give li and I'll just give multiplied by 2. If I just give enter, now you see that under the OL tag I have two list items. So I can just give here, for example, apple, and here I can just give orange. Now you can have multiple cursors. For example, if I just give control shift and L, now you see I have two cursors. That is, we have a cursor here and then we have apple present here. We have a cursor here and I can directly change it here. For example, I can just give 1 2 3 and it has changed the value here as well as here. So instead of apple, I've just changed to 1 2 3. So I'll just give control Z because I just wanted to show you that you can use multiple cursors. And let's say that in the same way, if you want to add two more extra list items, I can just give li multiplied by 2. Or if I want to add 3 items, I can just give li multiplied by 3. And here I can just say, for example, grapes. And here I can just say like bananas. And here let me just say mango. Just save it. In the document, you see that we have a beautiful list. In the same way, let's talk about unordered list. So for unordered list, it is again very simple. I just give ul and then li multiplied by, let's say I want to add 4 items. I'll just give multiplied by 4 and I have 4 items. Now what I can do is I can just say, for example, apple, orange, banana, and I'll just say, for example, grapes. Just save it. In the output, we have this bulleted list. So in fact, we also have another list which is called as description list, which is denoted by DL, but that is not mostly used. So we only use OL tag and UL tag in most of the cases for lists, along with li tag, which is anyways we are using for both the tags. But DL tag is hardly used, and that is the reason I am not showing anything about DL tag. Let's proceed further. Now let's talk about some phrase tags. I have mentioned here 5 phrase tags, which according to me is important. And first I'll just give here again h2 and I'll just say phrase tags. Let me just go to my document and you see the first one is cite. So basically it is used to denote the citations. What I mean is, let's say that you want to give a particular citations quoting a particular source, then you can use the cite tag. So basically it will denote the title of the work. So for example, if I just come here, if I just say, for example, p tag, let's say that I am having a p tag, and if I just say like I am, and then if I just give cite, and inside the cite I can just say, for example, title of the work. Okay, and you can also quote a particular website as well. I'll show that as well just after a couple of minutes. At this moment, if I just save it, in the output you see it is showing like I am title of the work. So you see title of the work is some sort of italic text, right? Next we have is block quote. So you see here we have block quote, and it is used to quote a block of sentence. So if you want to have a block quote, then you can use block quote, block quote tag. And if I just give, for example, BQ, you notice if I just give BQ and press tab, or if I just select my emit abbreviation, automatically emit is giving me this particular block quote, right? So if you want to quote a block of text or phrase from another source, then you can use this block quote. For example, I can just give something like this, that is block quote, and let's say that if I just give cite is equal to, if I just give, let's say, https and www. let's say google.com, and from the google.com, if I want to cite something and my quotation is, let's say, lorem 20. So basically in the practical world you will be having a quotation here, but you will be having a block quote, but I'm just adding a dummy lorem ipsum text. So you see, if I just save it in the output, what I'm getting is lorem ipsum $sit, right? And we have all these contents, and you see there are some spaces at start. This denotes that this is a block code. All right, so this is all about block code. Let's move further and talk about Q tag. So as I mentioned here, that it is used to describe short quotations in HTML document. So use this tag for only short quotations. And the example I'll just show you. So what I'll do is, for example, if I just give, let's say that I have a P tag, and first let me just save it properly. And inside this, if I just say like tutorial brain or tutorial brains aim is, and what I'll do is I'll just say, for example, let's say Q tag, and I'll just say Q tag, and I'll just say our aim is providing quality technical and coding content. So this is the quotation. So it is a short quote. And now if I just save it, go to my browser, you see in the bottom it says like tutorial brain's aim is providing quality technical and coding content. Now you notice here that we have double quotes around this particular text because we have used the Q tag. In the same way, let's talk about the address tag. So here we have this address tag, and using the address tag we can provide the contact information of the author, or we can give the contact details of author related details. So what I mean is, let's say that if I have come here, and let's say if I just give that address, and inside the address what I can do is, for example, I can just say written by Sandeep, or I can just say written by tutorial brain, and I'll just give br tag. And if I just save it, let me just format it also properly in a proper way. And after the br tag, what I'll do is I'll just say, for example, contact us at, let's say if I just give test@test.com. Again, I'll just give a br tag, and after that I'll just say, for example, dummy street Bangalore India. Okay, if I just save it, now you see in the output I have given the author details. So written by tutorial brain, contact us at test@test.com. So this is not the only way. I have just given you sufficient example of address so that you should understand that if you want to give the address of the author, you can use the address tag. Now just come back here, and the last one we have is ABBR, which is short of abbreviation. And normally this abbreviation tag is important because most of the search engines, for example Google Chrome, render this particular text as important text. So what I mean is, let's say that if I just come back to my Visual Studio Code, and let's say I have a P tag, and if I just give something, for example lorem 5, just give enter, and after this, let's say that if I just give here ABBR, that is abbreviation, you see automatically it gives me a title. So in the title you can give anything. I'll just show you what exactly I mean. And let's say that if I just give here HTML, so in the output you see that at the bottom we have HTML, and we have some sort of curved line here at the bottom. And if I just want to give a title for that, I can just give, for example, hypertext markup language. So first let me just add some gap. So I'll just give, for example, P tag, and I'll just give lorem, let's say 30, or I can just give a very random high number also, for example, let's say lorem 300. And if I just save it, first let me just give Control Z. Lorem 300 is too high. I'll just give, let's say lorem 50. If enter or tab, let's save it. I have this particular dummy content, and if I hover over HTML, it says hypertext markup language, right? So this is all about abbreviation tag, which we have shown to you. Let's move forward and talk about chapter 4. Let's start chapter 4 now. For that, again, you know the process. I'll just go to chapter 4 and I'll just open this chapter 4. I'll just drag this and I'll just keep here. Alright, so this is my chapter 4 and I'll just close this live server. It is not required at this moment for chapter 3. Let me just close this as well. So I'm just going to close this folder, and what I'll do is I'll just open this particular folder. So I'll just give right click and open with code. Let me just close the previous one. So it is open now, and what I'll do is, you see, first let me just open this particular document, handwritten notes. It says images, links and blocks. What I'll do is I'll just create a particular file name. I'll just give the name as images, links, blocks.html. So this is my HTML file. In the same way, I'll just create my boilerplate, and my boilerplate is ready. And now what I'll do is I'll just go to my notes, and first we'll talk about images, right? So I'll just give a heading, that is, I'll just give, for example, let's say h2, and I'll just say images. Okay, just save it, open the live server. So I'm getting the expected output. Now what I'll do is I'll just come here and let's do one thing. First, understand the basic thing. If you say that I want to load an image, what would be the thing? See, to load an image, first you should be having an image tag and you should be having the path from which you will load the image. That's all. So you just have to see img. So at this moment, if I just give enter, you see it gives img source and then alt. I'll talk about alt in a couple of minutes from now. First, let's talk about source. So this is the path of the image. So first what I'll do is, let's say that if I just come here, you see there is a website called Pixabay, and then we have another website, for example Unsplash and so on. So there are a lot of websites that provides free images, and I'll be using this Pixabay just for demo purpose. And if I just come here, I'll just search for example dog, because I love dogs, and I think this image would be fine just for an example. And I'll just give right click and open the image, and this is the path of the image, right? Now what I'm gonna do is I'll just give source and then the path of the image. Now you see that once I save it in the output, if I just come to my live server, you see I'm having this big image. Now you can do a lot of things with the image. For example, you can add borders, you can add width, you can add a height and so on. If you see, let's say that I want to add a particular border. Let me just show you the alt first, okay? And then I'll go to border. So now alt is that, let's say that for some reason, we are not able to load the image. For example, the browser is not able to load the image, then I want to show that particular alternative text. Then we have to use the alt attribute. So you see, I have mentioned the same thing in the document. So first, let's talk about images, and to add images, I've shown you that img tag is used, and this is the syntax. And you can add other features with your images like adding borders, setting the width and height of an image. I've already explained to you, but I have not shown you yet. I am going to show you in just a couple of minutes. And the next one we have is alt attribute, which is present here. And you see that alt attribute is used to show a text message related to that image when the image does not load properly in the browser due to any issue. So let's say that at this moment first, this is a dog, right? So this is a Cocker Spaniel dog. Now what I'll do is, you see, if I just write here, for example, Cocker Spaniel. Okay, and let's say that you have given the wrong image name. For example, if I just give instead of 0, I have given 721. And now if I save it, now in my browser, actually, you see, let me just open the live server again. For some reason, the live server suddenly stops working, and now you see that the image is not loaded properly because I have given the wrong path name. So there can be a scenario sometimes the image will not load up because of some server issues as well. So in that case, your server can show an alternative text to the browser. So this is Cocker Spaniel. You see it is mentioned here, and I have defined this under this alt. So whatever you will define here, for example, if I just give hello Cocker, you see if I just give Control S, the same will be present here, right? So this is the information that alt attribute will bring into the table. I mean not the physical or logical table, I mean with respect to the image, right? And again, if you just come here, you see before going to links, the next topic we have is links. Before that, I will tell you how you can set the border width or height, or you can change some properties of image. So first, let us set a particular border. For that, what I'll do is I'll just use style attribute. I have not explained about style attribute at this moment, but please note that style attribute is a way to add styles in your HTML document. You can do that using external CSS as well. I'll come into that part later on, but at this moment, just remember that with the style attribute, you can change some portion of your HTML tags. So if I just give here style, and if I just select this, I can just give, for example, let's say I can select border. So VS Code is automatically giving me hint what to select. If I just give border, and if I just say, for example, 5 pixel, so this is the width of my border, 5 pixel. I want a solid border, so I'll just give solid. And let's say if I just give, for example, orange, if I just save it, now you see this is the color I can see in the palette here. And if I just come to my output, you see this is the particular image. Now I have to just correct the path here, so I'll just say here 720.jpg, and now this image should load along with this particular border, right? Similarly, I can set the width and height. So I can just give, for example, I can just give here, let's say width is equal to, let's say, I'll just say, for example, 500 pixel. And if I just save it, just give Control S, and now you see I have this particular width. I can just change the height as well. For that, I'll just give height is equal to, let's say, like 450 pixel. Just give save, Control S, and now the height I have got is 450 pixel. Now I feel that this height is little more, so either I'll increase the width to look more proportional, or I can just reduce the height and I can just make, for example, 350 pixel. Looks fine. Now you see that this is all about we have in images, and let's go back to our notes, and the next topic we have is links. In HTML, links are also called as hyperlinks, and a hyperlink defines the destination of the link. So for example, if I have a place, for example, the text is like click here to go to this particular website, and if you just hover near to that particular link, then your cursor will change to a hand signal, and if you just click on that, it will lead to a particular link, I mean particular destination. So this is called as hyperlinks. Now that is what we have mentioned here, that when we click on this link, it will redirect to another web page or document. And also, important point to note is that link need not to be a text. Even you can have links on images as well. So you see, I have added this image, and I can have a link to this particular image. It's not like you can have links only on text, right? So first, I have mentioned that in HTML, the hyperlink can be external link. So it can be a link from your website to another website. This is called as external link. Internal link means like from one document, I mean one page of your website to another page of your website. Then you can have links to emails and images and so on. Now, the most important question is that for links, the tag which we use is a tag. This is also called as anchor tag, and this is what I mentioned here, that anchor tag is used to set links. Inside the a tag, what you have to do is you have to set the href attribute. It is called as hyperreference. I have not mentioned here, but href attribute is for hyperreference, and this is used to define the hyperlink. So let's do one thing. Here I'll just add links. So I'll just say h2 and I'll just say like links. If I just save it, just go to my output and you see it is all about links. Now what I'm gonna do is I'll just give a, and if I just give tab, you see this particular emit is giving me href attribute. So for example, I can just give, let's say like https://www.tutorialbrain.com, and I can just write in text like go to tutorial brain. If I just give save, so at this moment this is the output. If I just click on this output, you just remember, if I just click on this, first you see this is the cursor, this is a pointed cursor at this moment. Once I bring this cursor to the link, now it changes to a hand signal. So this is the definition of link, that it has become a link now. If I click on this, it will go to tutorialbrain.com, because this is what we have mentioned, that using href attribute we have given the destination link, that once the user click on this particular text, that is go to tutorial brain, or you can just say, for example, I'll just shorten this, so I'll just say go to TB. If I just save it, so once the user will click on this, actually the live server has gone. So let me just close this first and I'll just open the live server again. So I'll just click on this open with live server, and if I just click on this go to TB, it has gone to tutorial brain. So you can give any particular text here and it will go to tutorial brain, because I have given the destination path as tutorialbrain.com. Now there are a lot of ways. For example, if you just come here, you see I have mentioned the topic, that is link with target attribute. So the target attribute specifies the target, I mean the target location where the link should open, and currently it takes 4 values. The first one is underscore self, next we have underscore blank, then we have underscore parent and underscore top. So when you say underscore self, so by default it is underscore self. That means by default it will open the link on the same tab itself. It will not open in the different tab or another window. If I have defined the target as underscore blank, then it is going to open the target in a separate tab. When we talk about underscore parent, it will open the link in a particular parent frame, and if we talk about underscore top, it is going to add this particular new page to the current window by closing all the other frames. So parent and top are not that much in use, and at this moment I'll only concentrate on self and blank, because parent and top requires frame set and frames to be taught to you, and this is going to confuse you. Let's understand self and blank, which is more important. So you see I have defined the href attribute, right? In the same way I have a target attribute, so I'll just give you a target, and you see if I just click on this, if I just give underscore blank, or let's say first talk about underscore self. So if I just save it, now in the output, first let me just open the output again. So I'll just open the live server, and if I just click on this go to tutorial brain, that is go to TB, it is going to lead me to tutorialbrain.com. Let me just close the previous live server, and I'm going to close this as well. So this is the difference. So if I just give underscore self, that means the destination link will open on the same tab. But if I just give, for example, blank, if I just save it, now you notice if I just open the live server, now if I just click on this go to TB, please notice carefully, if I just click on this go to TB, you see it has opened a new tab. Rather, it has not closed this tab, or on top of this tab this link is not opening. Are you able to see the difference? Let me just close this again. If I again click on this go to TB, you see that it has opened the destination link in a separate tab rather than opening on the same tab. So this is the difference between these two values, that is target as self and target as blank, right? So this is all about links. And the next topic we have is blocks and inline. So I'll just mention here that the next H2 is blocks and inline, and you see the output should be reflected here. And let me just open my PDF, and you see block level elements are those elements which takes the full available width, and the output will always start from the next line. For example, let me just give an example. Let's say that I have added a p tag, right? And in the p tag, for example, let's add some dummy content. I'll just give lorem, let's say 25, give enter. Now if I just save it, now you see that when I give the p tag, so this particular content will not start directly from this line. Rather, what it is going to do is it will start from the next line. Okay, so I'll just show you. You see the output, and you see the lorem ipsum dollar is coming here. And if I add anything, for example, let's say that if I add another tag, let's say like if I just say br tag. Now if I just save it, now you see anyways, this is line break. This time let me just add hr tag. So hr is like a horizontal rule. It will add a horizontal line. So now you see I have added a horizontal line, but this line is coming on the next line rather than coming on the same line, because we have defined the p tag, and the p tag always starts in a new line compared to inline elements. Now in this case, this particular p tag is block element. Again, when I have written like h2, you see under h2 we define blocks and inline. This is also a block element, and so on. So here block elements takes the full width available and always starts from a new line in the output. So when I define OL, for example, here you see if I just say OL, and if I just add, for example, li multiplied by 2 or 3, and if I just say, for example, let's say Java, here I'll just say Python or Python, and I'll just say here, for example, C++. Now you see that this particular output will start after this horizontal line. So it is going to start from the next line in the output. In the output, you see it is coming exactly here. It is not starting from here, right? So this is the benefit of using blocks. If you want the output should start from the next line, then you should use the block elements. So this is all about block elements, and some examples of block level elements are OL, div, p. I'll talk about div later on. Then we have p, section, etc. And important points about block level elements which you should remember. Block level elements are coded within the body tag. So you see all the block level elements will be coded in body tag, and opposite is, vice versa is not true, that whatever tag you have inside the body tag will be always block element. It's not true. But if you have to code the block tag, then that will come under body tag. The block level elements always start with the new line in the output. I have already explained to you. Inline elements mostly come with block level elements. So it's not exactly what I mean. See, inline elements can come inside a block level element, or it can exist independently as well. So the next topic is, as expected, inline level element. It will only take the width that is required to fit into the container, and it comes within the block level elements, or it can exist independently and does not start with a new line. For example, we have object tag, we have image tag, a tag, strong tag, span tag, etc. So what I mean is, if you remember, during phrase tags or during our formatting tags, we had lot of tags. For example, strong tags, then we had bold tags, and all these tags were mostly coming in the same line in the output. And for example, if I just give, let's say like I have the p tag, and if I just give lorem 5, now if I just save it, now you see in the output I'm having 5 words in this particular paragraph, and if I want to bold this particular ipsum, what I'll do is I'll just give b tag, and I'll just bring this ipsum inside it. So it will make sure that this particular b tag, since it is inline element, and that is the reason this ipsum is not going to start from the next line, rather it will fit in that line itself. So you see what I mean? You see, in the same line, this particular text is coming as bold text. In the same way, you can have a lot of examples. For example, if I just give, for example, let's say I tag, and if I just show you, you see this particular dollar will also come in the same line as italicized, right? So this is what you have to understand about the difference between block and inline elements. All right, let's talk about chapter 5 now. And for that, I'll just go to chapter 5. And what I've done is I have created 4 HTML5 for only tables. So if I just open this particular chapter, now you see that this particular chapter contains tables and forms, and in fact we also have a topic called text area, which we are gonna discuss in this particular video lesson. First, let's talk about tables. So if you consider the normal tables, you'll be having a particular table in which you'll be having rows and then columns, right? And then you'll be having a table heading, and then accordingly you'll be having the data, right? So in case of HTML, the table tag is used to create tables. For table heading or table head, we will be using th tag. For table row, we'll be having tr tag. And for data of the cells, we will be using td tags. I mentioned here, HTML tables allows to arrange data in rows and columns, and a simple table in HTML can be created using the below tags, that is table, tr, td and th. I explained all these. So first, let me just create a table. For that, let me just close this particular folder. This is not required at this moment. And what I'm gonna do is I'll just open this particular folder in VS Code. First, what I've done is I've created a table. I've created a HTML5 with the name table type 1. So I'll be giving few examples of tables, and that is the reason I have thought of segregating them in individual HTML files. So first, if I just open this, I'll just say open with live server, and I'll just close the previous one. So this is gonna be my table type 1, and as I told you that for table tag we'll be using table, right? And first what I'll do is I'll just add a caption. So it is optional to add a caption, but I'm just gonna add a caption, and I'll just say example of, or I can just say simple table. All right, if I just go to my output, you see at this moment it does not look like a table, but once I'll add data to the table, then it will look exactly what I'm talking about. Now what I'm gonna do is first I'll just give a tr. So tr means that it is table row, and for each row you will be having a particular table head or a table data, description of the data. So let's say that first I'll just give th tag, or I can just give, for example, th multiplied by 2, so that I'll be having 2 table head. And here I'll just say, for example, big data, and here I'll just say mainframe. If I just save it, you see I have big data and mainframe, right? Now if I just come down, again I'll be having a tr tag, and inside this tr tag, or what I can do is, in a simple way, I can just give tr child selector, and I'll just give td multiplied by 2. That means under this tr tag I will be having 2 td tags, 2 opening and closing of td tags. If I just give enter, or if I just click on this emit abbreviation, you see the emit is giving me this particular code, and I don't have to type so many codes, so many tags. Now here I can just give for big data, let's say Scala, and for mainframe I'll just give, for example, COBOL. So COBOL is a programming language in mainframe, and now you see Scala has come under big data and COBOL is coming under mainframe. In the same way, what I can do is I can just give again, let's say tr, and then child selector, I can just give td multiplied by 2. Now in case of first td, I'll just give, for example, Spark, or I can just give, for example, Hadoop, and I'll just give here, for example, CICS. Okay, and if I just save it, now you see in the output I have Hadoop and CICS. So this is a simple example of a table, and in fact you can add border to this particular table. For that, what I can do is, you see, before that I'll just show you, you can also add width to this particular table. So I'll just add a particular width. For example, let me just add width is equal to, for example, let's say 80%. If I just save it, now you see it is like a bigger table. In fact, let me just give a particular pixel. I mean, if I just give, for example, 300 pixel, if I just save it, I'll just give 300 pixel here. Okay, and now you see that I have big data and mainframe, and now my table has increased width. If I just make it as 400, you see the difference. Now you see the difference, right? So what I was talking about is that we can have borders for this particular table. At this moment, there are no borders. What I can do is, for adding border, I can use the style tag. I will talk about style tag later on also in one of the chapters. So at this moment, you see, if I want to add a style tag, please remember that you have to add the style tag under head tag. So this is my head tag. I'll talk about head tag in detail as we move further. And under this head tag, we will be adding the style tag. And under this style tag, we can define the particular styles. So it is a way to style the HTML document inside the HTML code itself. For example, another way is that you can have a CSS file which is called as cascading style sheets, and you can define the styles there. But we will not be discussing about CSS in this video. Rather, what I'll do is I'll just use the style tag of HTML to add styles to my HTML document. And if I want to add borders, what I can do is, let's say that I want to add borders around this particular table. Let me do that by just saying, for example, table, comma, th, comma, td, and I'll just say, for example, let's say border is equal to, let's say I want to add a border of 2 pixel, and it will be solid, and let's say I'll be adding a blue color, or let's say green is also fine, but I'll just go with blue. If I just save it, automatically the code is formatted because of prettier extension, and in the output, now you see that I have this particular table with my border. Now at this moment, you see that this particular table is not collapsed. If you want a single border, what you can do is, again, you can just add a property that is border collapse. You see automatically it comes border collapse is equal to, I can just give collapse, and if I just save it, you see the output, I'm having this particular table. So in fact, you can do a lot of other things. For example, you can add some spaces here, or you can add padding, and you can add spacing and so on. I'll just show you that as well. But before that, what I'm gonna do is I'll just save this, right? And then what I can do is I can just copy this particular code itself, and I'll just keep it in table 2. So I'll just delete everything from this particular HTML document, and instead of type 1, I'll just make it as table type 2. Now here, let's talk about row spacing and column spacing. So for that, what I'll do is I'll just show my document here, and I have already shown how to add borders, right, using border attribute. So we can arrange our table with row span and column span. So let's say you have complex table, or even let's take a simple table where you want to add, like we want to divide a particular column itself into multiple columns, or I want to divide 2 rows and make it as 1 row, for example. Then we can do it by using col span and row span. So what we are doing is we are using this particular attribute to merge 2 or more columns into a single column. In the same way, we are using row span to merge 2 or more rows. into a single row. Alright, so for that, let me just give an example. So in this case, let's say that I'll just remove all these. I mean, from here to here, it's not required. I'll just take another example so that it will be more clear for you. And in the previous one first, what I'll do is here, I'll just say it was table type 1, right? So I'll just say table type 1. I'll just give border and border collapse. So this was all about border and border collapse. In type 2, it is all about row span and col span, right? So I'll just save it, and what I can do is I can just give here example of, and table type 2, instead of that I can just give table type 2 and then row span and column span. Now let's do one thing. First, what I'll do is I'll just have a tr tag. So under tr tag, what I'll do is I'll be having let's say th tag. In the same level, I'll be having a td tag as well. So I'll just give a plus. So if you want to add two tags at the same level under the parent tag, then you have to use the plus, and this is possible using this emit abbreviation. If I just click on this emit abbreviation, you see under tr tag I have a th tag and a td tag. Now here, let's say I want to add, for example, company name, and under the td tag I can just say, for example, let's say tutorial brain. Okay, and at this moment I'll just remove the style, it's not required, or in fact I can keep it, or let me just comment it out. So at this moment I'll just comment it out. If we require it later on, we'll just add it. I mean, we'll just uncomment it. So I have this particular table where I'll be having the th. Now before that, I'll just show you like why we are using this table row. So even if you're adding th tag or td tag, they should go under the tr tag. So this is for table row. For table head also, it is coming under a row. For table data also, it is coming under a table row. That is the reason these tags are coming under tr tags. Now again, I'll just add a tr tag, and I'll just give th plus td, and what I'm gonna do is here I'll just give, for example, address, and let's say if I just give address as Bangalore dummy street, this is just a dummy address. Again, I'll just copy it and I'll just paste it here, and again I'll just say address as, for example, let's say Mysore and dummy street 2. Let's say this is the 1, this is the 2. Now if I just open this with live server, let me just close the previous one. Now you see here it is example of row span and col span. Company name is tutorial brain. So you see automatically table head, that is th, is coming in bold, and then this is the data, so it is coming in normal letters, I mean normal text, and we have two addresses. One is for Bangalore dummy street 1, and then we have Mysore dummy street 2. Now you see that this particular address is common in these two rows. So what I can do is, in fact, I can use the row span properties. So for that, what I'll do is, you see, if I just come here, so what I'll do is here I'll just say th row span is equal to 2, and I'll just remove this particular tr tag. I mean, I'll just comment out this. If I just save it, now you see in the output I'm having address and then Bangalore dummy street 1. Okay, let me do one thing. What I'll do is I'll just uncomment this first, and you see here for this particular address I'll just remove it from here, and I'll be only having td, because what I've done is this particular address is divided into two rows. So just see the output. Now you see we are having this particular address. So if you're not able to visualize this, let me do one thing. I'll just uncomment this style as well. Now I think you'll be able to visualize it. Now you see here we have this address, and then we have Bangalore dummy street 1 and Mysore dummy street 2. So these two rows are containing the same value, that is address, and that is the reason I have just given here that row span is equal to 2, right? So this is how you can use row span. Now talking about the column span, what you can do is, let's say that again we have a tr tag followed by th tag plus, let's say again we have th tag. I'll just show you why we have two th tags, and here I can just give, for example, again company name, and here I'll just give, for example, branch. Okay, and if I just save it, you see the output, I have this particular company name and then branch. So what I can say is, like, let's say I can add a particular company name. Let's say if I just copy this, I'll just say that we have, in fact actually it is not required to have th tag here, we should be having td tag now. Let's say I have 3 td tags, so if I just say td multiplied by 3, and if I just save it, now let me just give, for example, tutorial brain is the company name, then let's say that I have Bangalore, and here I'll just give, for example, let's say Mysore. Now what I'll do is, let me just duplicate this as well, and what I've done is I'll just save it, and you see now for some reason the live server is not working. Let me just open it again. Now you see here we have company name, and then we have branch, and then Bangalore and Mysore. Now you see that we have this particular branch coming 2 times. Instead of that, we can merge it between these 2 columns. So it is very simple. We have to use the call span properties. So what I'll do is, I'll just give here th call span is equal to 2, and I'll just remove this particular th from here. Now if you want to divide, or if I want to merge 3 cells, I mean 3 columns, then I can just give call span as 3 and so on. So it all depends on your requirement. Now if I just go to my output, now you see I have company name as branch, and then we have 2 branches, that is Bangalore and Mysore, for example, right? So this is how you can use this particular row span and column span to merge multiple rows or multiple columns based on your requirement. Now even though we have this particular example, now you see that we can change the cell spacing and cell padding. I'll just talk about this. So first what I'll do is, I'll just copy this, or let me just copy the previous one itself. It is a simple example, right? That is table type 1, and I'll just save it here. So I'll just say table type 3, and I'll just give here, for example, I'll just say cell spacing and cell padding, right? And same thing I'll just say here as caption. So caption is not required, but I've just given here for your reference. In fact, if you want, you can remove it. Okay, and this is my cell spacing and cell padding. Let me just close this. Now it is not required. Again, if I just go to table type 3, open with live server, so I have these changes, and here I'll just come down and let me remove everything between these table tags. Now I have only table tag, under this I have a caption. Now let's say that or do one thing, let's say that we have big data mainframe, and then we have Scala, COBOL, and then Hadoop CICS. Now let's say if I just save it, now you see that I'm not happy with this particular spacing here, right, or around the cells or within the cells. So let's say that I want more spaces here outside, like around the cells, or I want some changes, or I want more spaces within the cell. So what I can do is, I can use the cell spacing and cell padding. So cell spacing, basically it will set spaces. You see, if I just have, let's say, Scala and COBOL, so if you want to set spaces around the rows, so these are the rows, right? TR, so these are all the rows. So if I want to set spaces around the rows, then I can use the cell padding properties. And if I want to use, or if I want to add spaces or set spaces within the rows, then I can use cell padding. Okay, so for that, what I can do is, let's say I have width as 400 pixel, and along with that I can just give, for example, let's say border as, let's say let's say 2 pixel. Okay, so at this moment I think I already have the border, right? So first let me just comment out this. Okay, so I'll just comment out this, and now you see I have this particular border. So basically you can add style here using the style tag in the head, or you can directly add border here. So you see I have added border as 2 pixel, and by default it will be taking as solid. So this is the solid border, and let's say that if I just give, for example, cell spacing. Okay, so cell spacing is equal to, let's say if I just give, for example, 4. Now you see the output. Now you see we have some extra spaces. I'll just show you again. So if I just give, for example, Control S, now you see the difference. You see there are less spaces, and now if I just give, for example, 4, so this is all about cell spacing. So you see around the rows, there is some extra space. I'll just change it to, let's say 20, so that you can visualize this properly. And now you see the difference, right? Around the rows we have lot of spaces, so it is better to go with less value. So let's say like if I just go with 5, now you see that we have spaces around the particular rows, so around all the rows. Now let's say I want to add cell padding. So for that I'll just give cell padding, and it will add spaces, or it will set spaces within the row. So if I just give, for example, cell padding is equal to, let's say I can just give, for example, 10. So 10 will be too high, so I think let's give 4. Now you see the difference here. I should be having this particular double quotes, otherwise there will be some issues. And if I just save it, now you see we have some spaces within this particular row. Now I'll just show you again. If I just remove this, I think there was some problem. And first, now let's say that I don't have any value around this cell padding. Then you just see the difference. Now there is less spaces here. Let's say I can just give, for example, 20. If I just save it, now you see that within the particular cell, you see within the cell we are having more space. So if I just remove this, now you see the changes, you see the difference, right? If I just keep it as, let's say 10, you can visualize the changes, right? So this is the use of cell spacing and cell padding. Now I'll just close this, and in next table we will talk about T head, T body and T foot. And before that I'll just show you my PDF. So we have already covered row span and col span, and you see here I have defined the cell spacing. So it sets the space around the rows, while cell padding sets space within the cell. And I have shown you that we can add width of the table, or even I can add the height of the table. For example, you see here, if I just change the height, let's say I was working with this particular table, right? I can also add the height. For example, let me just add a height here. So I'll just give height is equal to, for example, 300 pixel. If I just save it, now you see the height got changed. Okay, if I just give, let's say 200, we just visualize the difference. Now you see the height got changed. All right, so even we can change the height. So here we can also use T head, T body and T foot. So if you want to group the table heads, I mean header content, then we can use T head. If you want to group the body content, then we can use T body. And if you want to group the footer content, then we can use the foot. So this is used mostly for grouping, and if you group them, what you can do is you can add the styles for each group based on your requirement. So let me just show you. So for example, if I just copy this particular example and I'll just save it here, and I'll just say type 4 and I'll just give, for example, let's say T head, T body, T foot, right? And I'll just copy this at the bottom also. And let's say that I'm having courses and a price, and let's say I'm having Scala. For that I'm having a price of, let's say, $100. For Hadoop I'm having $30. And at the end, what I'm gonna do is I'll just give, for example, let's say total, and I'll just give, for example, let's say 130. So it is 100 plus 30 is 130. Now if I just open this with live server, let me just close the previous one. Now you see we have Scala, Hadoop, and then we have total, we have the price first as 100 for Scala, Hadoop, and total is 130, that is 100 plus 30. Now let's say that what I want is, I want to group the table head, the header content. So for that, what I can do is I can just use the T head tag, and I'll just add this particular TR tag under this particular table head. So you see we have the TH, and these are all grouped under T head. So you'll not see the difference in terms of output at this moment. You see the same output we are getting. Similarly, to group the TD tag, what I can do is I can just give a T body tag. So for that I'll just give T body, and let me just copy this from here and put it across here. Okay, so sorry, actually it should be coming here, just after the Hadoop, because we have Scala and Hadoop as two courses, right? And if I just show the output, you see I'm having the same output. At this moment nothing got changed. Only thing which we are doing is we are grouping the related content. So here the table head content we are grouping using T head tag, and then body content we are grouping using T body tag, and then I have, let's say, T foot, and for T foot what I'll do is I'll just copy from this particular location and I'll keep it here, and once I save it, automatically it is formatted. And now you see this is my footer content, and there is no change at this moment. Now let's say that for table head I want to add some styles which is different. So what I can do is, for example, let's say I can come down to my style tag, and I can just say, for example, TH, and for that I'll just say, for example, background color. Okay, background color as, let's say, I'll just say, for example, aqua. And if I just save it, now just notice the difference. Now you see that we have the table heading as aqua color, but it is better. What I can do is I can directly give T head. So you see here we have already used TH tag here. So if you don't want to use the TH tag here, what I can do is I can just give T head. I'm getting the same output. Similarly, let's say that you want to style these two TD tags. So we have TD tag here first, and then I think there is some problem here. Actually this TR tag by mistake, it has come here. So it should come after this particular TD tag, right? I think here it is fine. Again, here is also fine. So now what I want is, let's say for the body related content, what I want is I want to have some different color. So I can just give, for example, here T body is equal to, in fact it's not like you can add only color. You can add so many properties, so many styles. You can set the width, you can have a lot of things. Let's say I want to change the font size. I'll just give font size, and I'll just give, for example, let's say small. Okay, if I just save it, now you see that I have small font size for these two rows, Scala and Hadoop, and there is no effect in the last one, that is total, right? And this is possible because I have changed the T body tag itself. So I have added style on T body, and this is possible because I have grouped these two TD tags, I mean first this one and then this one under this tBody tag. Similarly, for tfoot, let's say I want to add a yellow color, I can just give, for example, tBody, and I can just say, for example, background or background color as, let's say, I'll just give, for example, yellow. Now you see the output. I think there is some problem. I have given tBody, sorry for that. It's a silly mistake on my part. Now for tfoot, now you see I have this yellow color, right? So thead, tBody and tfoot is also a very important concept in HTML. So let's close this particular topic and move to our next topic, which is called as forms. Okay, so before that, I'll just have a cup of tea. Okay, let's talk about forms. Using HTML forms, you can create the structure of the exact form. So what I mean is, let's say if I go to a particular website, for example, facebook.com, and if you just give email ID, password, and you click on login, now you see that this is a form. Similarly, like we have login form, in the same way we have sign up form, and there are a lot of other forms. And you can create the structure of that particular form using HTML. So what I mean is, when you see here that it's not only HTML. In fact, in a production ready form, there are a lot of other technologies which are involved. For example, CSS is also involved. There can be JavaScript as well, and there can be regular expressions. Then there can be a backend programming. In fact, there will be a backend programming. For example, you will be having PHP, Java, or Python in that particular case. And to store the data, your data, I mean the user data, you must be having a database, right? So that is what I have mentioned here. You see, HTML forms are used to collect user input. We cannot process the data of the form using HTML. So you see, if I want to process the data of this particular form, then we have to use a programming language, but we can create the skeleton of this particular form. So we can create the template or structure of this form, and to create a form, you have to just use the main tag, which is called as the form tag. So this is the main tag, that is the form tag, which is used to create the form, right? And if I just come down, you see we have a lot of other tags which I'm going to discuss. First, let me do one thing. Let me just create a particular file. I'll just give the name as forms.html. Just give enter, and I'll just give exclamation mark tab as I used to do previously. And I'll just open this in live server. Okay. So let me just close the previous one. It's not required. And this is my forms. Now, you see here, if I just go to my document, there are a lot of tags which are available with this particular form tag. So first, let me just give here form. And you see, by default, action is given. And action is like if you want to interact with a particular page. For example, I can have a, let's say, login.php page, right? This is a PHP page with the name login. So in this way, we can have a lot of pages and we can interact with that particular page. But this is only about HTML. So I'll just give a hash. That means it is like a null page and it will not lead you to anywhere else. Now inside the form tag, let's say that I have the first name and last name. So I can just give here, for example, first name, and now you see I can just give here last name. Okay, at this moment the output will be like this. Now what I want is, you see, what I want is that I want to accept the input from the user, that what is his first name and what is the last name. So in that case, I'll just give here input, and I'll just click on this emit abbreviation, and it says name as input. And in fact, I don't require in this way. Rather, I'll just give, for example, input, and I'll just give input type is equal to, first I have to explain to you like how many types of inputs are available which are important. So first I'll just come back to my page, I mean the document, and you see in the input tag we have different types. For example, we have radio buttons. So first let's talk about input tag. So this tag is where the user needs to send the input of the form. I have already explained to you, and there are a lot of type attributes. So you see, I have just given type is equal to double quotes, and there are a lot of type attributes which you can use. For example, we have radio button, wherein we will be having more than like 2, 3 or 4 or even more than that particular buttons, and out of those buttons only one will be enabled. Then we have text input. In that we will be having a single line input, and the type will be type is equal to text for text input. For the radio button, it will be type is equal to radio. In the same way, we have submit button. So if the user want to submit the details, he will just click on the submit button, and for that we have type as submit, that is type equals submit. In the same way, we have checkboxes. So if the user wants to select, let's say 1, 2 or even multiple options, then it is used for that purpose. So it is used to select more than one option, and it is input type is equal to checkboxes, right? So this is all about checkboxes at this moment. I don't want to proceed further. First, let me just give an example of this. So what I'll do is, you see, if I just come here, I'll just give like input type. Now you see, first name is like just a text, right? So I'll just give here input type is equal to text, and I'll just give the name. So I'll just give name is equal to name of this particular field. So I can just give, for example, F name, and let me just save it. And now you see the output, we have the first name, right? And you see, I can give some detail here because I have just given input type as text. In the same way, if I just come here, now I'll just give a BI tag, and I have given a BI tag so that the next field will come after this. Now you see, I should be having this last name after this, but for some reason it's not working. I'll do one thing. First, I'll just give another BI tag so that I should be having 2 break lines. And again, it's not working. Let me do one thing. Let me open with live server again. Let me just close this. And now you see, we have first and then last name. So I'll just give here like first name. It is better to give first name instead of first. And here in the last name, what I'll do is I'll just give input type is equal to text, and I'll just give here L name, that is for last name, right? And again, I'll just give 2 BI tag just to make it a little better. And now you see, I have first name, so I can just give here, for example, Sandeep, and here I can just give Kumar. You see, so there are 2 input fields with the type of text, right? So this is what it is all about, text. So this is what I mentioned here, that we have text input. Now let's talk about radio button, submit button and checkboxes, right? Now before that, you see, we also have a particular tag which is called as label tag, and in fact this is an optional tag to provide a label for that particular input field. So what I mean is, let's say that I don't want to write something like this. So instead of that, let's say I want to write like, let's say label, and I'll just say label for, let's say, F name itself, and what I want the label as first name, okay? And instead of this, I mean, I'll just remove this particular line, that is only first name, right? And if I just save it, you see in the output, I'm getting the same thing. Let me just open with live server again. And now you see, we have first name and then we have last name, right? So in this way, you can use label. So label is optional. If you want, you can use it. And I would not say like it is must to use this, but if you want, you can use label. And with label, you can perform other features. For example, if you're using JavaScript, then you can use this label as well. But let's have this course only for HTML. And now I'll talk about some checkboxes. So let's say that I have, for example, if I just come down here, I'll just say, for example, let's say S3 tag, and I'll just say, for example, select the coupon code that you used, right? And if I just show you the output, this is what it is looking at this moment. And what I'll do is I'll just add some checkboxes. So I'll just say, for example, input type is equal to, this time I'll just say checkbox, and I'll just give, for example, name as, let's say, HTML, and I'll just give a particular value. So I'll just give value as on. Okay, so value on is always recommended, and I'll just give, for example, here, let's say HTML. So this is the text which will appear, and this is the name of that particular text, right? So if I just save it, now you see I have this particular HTML, right? Similarly, what I can do is I can just duplicate it. I can have multiple checkboxes. For example, I can just give, for example, CSS, and this name I can just give CSS. Let's say I can just have is, for example, JS for JavaScript, and here I'll just give JavaScript, and I can just give, for example, let's say MF for, let's say, mainframe. You can have any other topic as well, and I have 4 checkboxes. Now you see, if I just save it, now I have 4 checkboxes, and the user can select one or more checkboxes from here. In the same way, I have input type is equal to submit as well. So what I can do is, for example, let's say I'll just give here BR multiplied by 2, so that I'll be having 2 BR tag. Let me just save it, and here I'll just give, for example, marital status, or I can just give, for example, let's say H3 tag, and I'll just say select your marital status. Now if I just save it, now here I'll just give marital status colon. If you want, you can use label as well. I'm not using at this moment, and I'll just give here input type is equal to, let's say, radio, and I'll just give, for example, here name is equal to status, and I'll just give value. So I'll just give value as first one, for example, married. So this is one of the value, and I'll just check it saying that it is checked by default, right? Now if I just show you the output at this moment, you see it says select your marital status, and by default marital status is checked. And now you see here this particular value, that is married, will be used further. So what I'll do is I'll just give here, for example, input type is equal to, let's say, radio, and I'll just give, for example, name is equal to status, and I'll just give, for example, here value as single, and here I'll just give, for example, single. Okay, and I'll just give here single, and before that, you see here I should be having married. So this is the particular text which will be displayed. So I can just give, for example, again I will duplicate this, and I can just give, for example, radio, name is status, and here I can just give, for example, widow. Okay, and I can just add here as widow. If I just save it, open with live server again, close this. Now you see marital status, married, single, and widow. Now by default marriage is checked, married is checked because I have just given here that marriage will be checked, you see, okay, by default, and I can change it. So I can just make it as single, widow, and so on. So this is how radio will work. And let's talk about the submit text. Let's talk about the submit type. So I can also add, for example, let's say I can just say like input type is equal to submit, and here I can just add, for example, a br tag multiplied by 2, so that I'll be having 2 line breaks, and I'll just give, in place of text, I can just give input type as submit, and now you see in the output I'm having the submit button. In fact, you can write something here like, for example, you can just give submit the form. You can give something like this. So this is also fine. You see, submit the form, right? And please make sure if I add something here, and if I just check something, for example, here, and if I just click on this submit button, it is not going to work exactly. We are using this particular form, but it is not sending the data to the server, and we are not using a programming language to process this particular data. So in the URL, you see it says f name is equal to this particular name which we have given, L name is this particular name, and then we have HTML is on, CSS is also on, and status we have selected as married, right? And then we just submitted this form. And you see, in place of this, we have here, for example, at this moment, if I just give, let's say, action.php, then what it will do is it will send this particular data to a particular page, that is action.php, or you can use a particular method as well. For example, method is equal to get or post. So if I just give here, for example, get, so we'll be getting the information, or you can have this particular post to post the information, right? So at this moment, I'll just give hash, and I'm not going to give anything in the method. Let me just keep it as empty. And now if I just show you the output, now you see, if I just give here Sandeep, if I just give Kumar, and I'll just select these two, I'll just say single, or let's say like married, and then if I just give on submit button, now you see all the details are present in the URL. But to process this data, we should be having a programming language using which we will process the data. We should also be having a database to store this particular data, right? So this is just to create the structure of the form using HTML. So that's all about this particular form. All right, let's talk about another concept which is called as text area. So I mentioned here about text area, and let me just come down, and you see the text area tag is used to represent a multi-line plain text editing control. So what I mean is, let's say that I want to have a text area where you can type some text based on maximum number of characters which are applicable there, based on how many rows maximum it can have and how many columns it can have maximum. So what I mean is, let's say that if I open this, I think, let me just close this. I should come here and I'll just show you here. So if we just come down, you see, I'll just give, for example, text area, and you see by default we have text area name. So name and ID is optional. I can just give the name of the text area as, for example, dummy, and I'll just give ID as, for example, TA, and by default it gives me the columns and rows. So you see, if I just give calls as 30, that means that it is a particular attribute which defines the columns. So it will define the width of that particular text area. And then rows means it will just, let's say if I just give 10 rows, that means we can have 10 rows, or the height of that particular text area is governed by rows. So what I can say here is, let's say if I just show you at this moment, if I just save it, if I just open this particular with live server, in fact it is already present with the live server, but just to say it properly, you see here I can write something here. So this is my text area, and after some point it will come down. You see, it will not stretch beyond that. You see, after this it is coming to this next line. So if I just format it properly, I'll just give, for example, beard into 2, so that I'll be having a clean form. And now you see, this is but particular text area. I can also give something like this, that is h3, and I'll just say text your query or feedback. I can just say, for example, feedback. Okay, and I'll just move this particular BI tag from here, and I can keep it after this particular text area, the submit button. So in fact it is submit type as submit, input type as submit. And now you see here I can also give something like this, for example, type, or I can just give your feedback. And if I just save it, you see it is showing like give your feedback. And in fact I can just make it as capital give, or I can just give provide feedback. Okay, provide your feedback, and the same will be reflected here. Now I can add something, for example, you see, or what I can do is I'll just select everything, I'll delete, and then I can just give my feedback, right? Okay, so if I just change the calls and rows, now you see the difference. If I just, let's say instead of 30, if I just make as, let's say 100 for example, now you see the difference. Now you see it has increased the width. Similarly, if I just give rows as, for example, let's say we have this particular rows as 10 at this moment. So at any cost, you see, if I just give, for example, if I just keep on adding something, for example, first let me just reduce the width, I mean the calls, for example, let me just make it as 10. And if I just give something like this, you see, we can add so many data here, but it will show 10 rows, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So this is what we have given at this moment, that rows will be 10, right? So to display, we should be having 10 rows to start with. And if you want, you can increase this to, let's say 50. And now if I just save it, now I'll be having 50 rows, right? So it is all dependent on you. I'll just keep it as, let's say 20, and columns I'll just keep it as 50. Now just see the difference. So this is what your particular text area looks like, and I think 20 is also more. I'll just keep it as 10 itself, right? So this is all about text area. So we can also have even max length. So what I mean is, you see here, if I just give here, let's say max length. So if I just give max length as, let's say 100. Okay, so this is the maximum number of characters which is allowed in this particular text area. Now you see, if I just write something, and you see here maximum it will allow me is 100. Now you see, after that, I mean beyond that, since total it is 100, it is not allowing me to move further. If I just change it to, let's say 150, if I save it, now you see it will allow me to even go further. So let me just add some data. This is just some dummy data. You see, after that it is not allowing me because I have set the max length as 150. So you can have the name, and you can use this name further, and then we have ID. So I'll discuss about ID, and we also have a concept called classes, which we are gonna discuss as we move further in this particular course. So do not get worried if I have used this particular ID. In fact, you can remove this name and ID as well, because these are optional. And even max length is optional, but it is up to you. What normally I suggest is, I used to keep the columns and rows and then max length, because I don't want user to keep a very long feedback, right? So that is the reason normally we should be having this particular max length. Now let's proceed further and talk about button tag. At this moment, if I just show the output, you see we have this submit button, and we created this particular submit button using input tag. In the same way, we can directly use the button tag. For example, instead of giving submit for the form, or let me just give again here, for example, I can just give here button, and if I just give here button type is equal to button, and what I'll do is I'll just give here, for example, let's say on click. So this is some piece of JavaScript, and this course is not about JavaScript, but I'll just use one line of JavaScript just to show you how this behaves. So if I just give on click is equal to, let's say document dot write, and I'll just give, for example, form submitted. If I just close this, and you see here, if I just give something like this, and between this I'll just give, for example, submit. Now you see, if I just save it in the output, now you see, first I'll just remove this particular submit button. I'll just comment it out, and now using the button tag, what we have done is we have just given button type is equal to button, on click is equal to document dot write. So in the document we will be writing that form submitted when the user will click on this particular submit button. Alright, so if I just show you the output, you see, if I just give something like this, if I just give, let's say, even it's not important that you should be writing or you should be giving this particular feedback. And in fact, you can increase this particular text area size. You see, this is flexible. If you don't want the user to give this particular functionality, you can just disable it. And at this moment, I'll just give submit. And now you see it says form submitted. And this is what I was talking about, that when the document will be written. So let's say that when the user clicks on this submit button, this is the text which will be printed. That is form submitted. And again, you see, this is not processing the form exactly. So this is not processing the form. Here, I've just written the static text. For example, I've just given a static text. And in fact, this is not sending the data to the server, or this is not processing the form. This is just to show you how button tag behaves. In the same way, what I can do is I can just, for example, I can just duplicate it. And I can just say, for example, document.write is, let's say, I can just give, in place of form submitted, I can just give, let's say, selected. And in the same way, I'll just give this particular option and I'll duplicate again. And let's say that I want to create a reset button. So I'll just give reset. And I just want to print that form is reset. Okay, again, I'll just duplicate this and I'll just give, for example, cancel as well. And I can just say like form is cancelled, or I can simply say cancelled. Now if I just save it, now you see I have 4 buttons, that is submit, and then I think I have to change this. So I have not changed here. So here I have written submit. Here I should just give, for example, OK. Alright, I'll just give OK. And now you see the output. I'm having 4 buttons, that is submit, OK, reset and cancel. If I just press on OK, I just click on this OK, you see it says selected. Similarly, you see again, I'll just add something, or I can just do some changes. If I just save it, I have not done any changes, but I've just given a space and then I just save this particular HTML document, so that again I'll get this particular option. If I just click on this cancel, now you see it says cancelled, right? So there are a lot of things which you can do here, right? Similarly, let's say that in place of this, let's say that you want to select multiple values. Out of those values, you want to select one value, or let's say like more than one value. What you can do is you can just have select tag and you can have multiple options. Even you don't want to select multiple values, or if you just want to select one values from those particular options, you can choose that from the drop down list as well. Let's just show you how it works. So for that, I can just give, for example, select, and let me do one thing that I'll create here before the feedback. And let me just add here, for example, select, and again I'll just add a br tag multiplied by 2. And now for select, I'm having a name and ID. These two are optional. You can just give, for example, dummy, or let me just give SEL and ID as, let's say, ID1. This is not required, but if you want to process the form further, then these two fields will be useful. But just to show you about HTML, these two are optional. Now what I can do is I can just give, for example, let's say sample name is cell, or let's do one thing. I'll just give as, for example, mobiles. So I'll just select particular mobile from the list of drop down option. So under this select, I'll be having option tag. So in option, I'll be having a particular value. For example, first I'll just say Sony, and I'll just give here Sony. Now I'll just show you the output, how it looks like. Here I have Sony. So you can just say here, for example, you can just say, let's say I can just give H3 and select the mobile. Okay, it is up to you. You can add anything here. So I'll just give select the mobile, and again I'll just repeat it 4 or 5 times. And here I can just give, for example, Nokia, and I'll just give here Nokia. Similarly, I can just give here, for example, or I can just make it as a small letter, that is Sony, right? And then here value, I'll just give, for example, let's say HTC, and here I'll just give HTC. I can also have, for example, Apple, and I'll just give here Apple, and these 4 options are sufficient to show you. If I just save it, now you see it says select the mobile, and you can select anything. For example, you can select Nokia, Sony, or HTC, and so on. Now here in this case we are able to select one option, but let's say that you want to select multiple options. What you can do is you can just come here, and let's say we have 4 type of options, right? So I can just give a size. So I'll just give size is equal to 4, and I'll just give here, for example, multiple. Once I save it, now you see the magic. Now I can select more than one. You see, I can select more than one. So if you want to select multiple options, you have to add this particular keyword, that is multiple. You see, we have added multiple, right? So we have covered everything with respect to form, and with this, let's close this chapter and move forward with another chapter, that is chapter number 6. The next chapter, that is chapter number 6, is all about head tag. Then we have meta tag, all related to SEO. Then we have stylings. Let's concentrate on chapter number 6. So for that, I'll just go to the folder chapter 6, and I'll just open this particular PDF. And let me just come back here. That is chapter number 6. And as you can see, the heading is HTML head, meta tags, SEO, and titles. Before that, let me close this particular folder, and I have to open this particular folder, that is this folder. I can just open directly from here. Let me close everything. Go to File, Open Folder, give the name of this particular folder. Select this folder. What I've done is I have already created a HTML file with the name head SEO styles.html, and I've just created the template of this particular HTML file for this particular chapter. Now first, let me just go back to our PDF, and you see, as the head tag is placed between the HTML tag and the body tag, so it is not only that we are covering only the head tag. There will be multiple tags which will be coming inside the head tag, which we are going to master here. So we have title tag, link tag, style tag, base tag, meta tag, and script tag, which are the important tags that comes under this particular head tag, and we are gonna see all these tags. So this is what you see the normal template of HTML file looks like, and we have head tag, and I have mentioned here the title tag. In place of title, you can have so many tags that I have suggested here. Now let's talk about title tag. The title tag defines the title of HTML document. Now if I just show the output, if I just show the HTML document, you see we have title as document, and if I just open this particular HTML file with live server, now you see in the title, that is here, you can see that it is showing as document. If I just change it to, for example, I can just say like, let's say title, or I can just say all about title tag. If I just save it, go to the browser, and you see in the title we have all about title tag. So this is all about this particular title. Similarly, let me just go to our PDF, and please note we can only have one title tag in our HTML5 document. And next we have link tag. The link tag is used to create a link between this particular document, that is the current document, and an external source, that is an external style sheet. External style sheets are also called as CSS files, and I'm gonna show you some examples of this particular external style sheet. So external style sheets are used to make the website attractive and beautiful. And if I just show here, actually this is a template in which we do not have any link tag, but if you want, you can just give link. I'll just give you a link, and if I just give enter, you see automatically it gives link relation, that is rel is equal to style sheet, and then href, and then we have something blank. Now you see here, if I just go to my PDF document, you see it says link rel is equal to, so this is an attribute, and then href is also an attribute, and this is the particular file name, that is tbstyle.css. So this is one example of the file. Normally the name of the main file should be style.css, or you can have styles.css and so on, but the idea is clear, and this particular file should exist in order for your CSS file to get linked. For example, you see here at this moment we have style.css. So what we have to do is we have to just come here and just click on this particular new file. We have to create this particular style.css file, give enter, and you can write all the necessary information regarding the styles of the HTML document here. So we have linked this particular style sheet, that is style.css, using this particular tag, that is link tag. Similarly, if I just come down, the next tag we have is base tag, and this tag defines the base URI or the base URL for all the relative URLs. And we know that URL means uniform resource locator, and we can set the main URL inside the particular header using this particular tag, and you can also use the relative URL for your other tags like even links, images, etc. And I have given the example here, that is base href. So href is the attribute which is used for this particular purpose, is equal to, I have given this particular main default URL, and I have just given target. So target is optional, but I have just given target as blank. So here if I just give, let's say if I just give here base, and you see I can just give my base URL, for example https://www.tutorialbrain.com, just give enter. And now first let me just uncomment this particular line which I have in this particular PDF, and we know that if I want to show an image, I can just give image tag, and you see if I just add this particular image, so I can just include this particular image here like this, and if I just save this, if you see the output, I'm getting this particular image of a small infant, right? Or I can directly say an infant, right? So a small kid. Now instead of writing this complete URL, you see I'll set my base URL. So instead of this, I'll just say, you see I'll just say editor_html img, and then we have this particular JPG file. So what it is going to do is, you see here, if I just save it, now I have just given a relative URL here, but it is going to take the base URL, and this plus this is going to be the location of the image. Now if I just show the output, you see I'm getting the same output. So I can just write, for example here, I'll just say relative URL, right? And now you see I should be getting this particular output. Let me just close this, open with live server, and you see relative URL, and still I'm getting the URL because we have set the base URL here, right? And make sure that the base URL is correct, because if I just give something like this, now you see that I'm not able to see the image. So that is the reason the particular base URL which you are setting here should be correct. Now let's move further and talk about another tag. Now before that, we can only have one base tag in one HTML document. So if you have one HTML document, in that you can have only one base tag, not more than that, right? Let's move forward and talk about script tag. So a script tag is used to execute JavaScript on a local browser. So let's say that if you want to execute a JavaScript, you can just give this particular script tag. And another important point to note here is that a script tag can be used inside the body tag as well as the head tag. And this is an example of script tag. You can try to run it on your browser. I have already shared this type of an example regarding script tag. So just to save time, I'm not gonna execute this. If you want, you can execute this and see the output for yourself. Now let's move forward and talk about meta tag. So meta tag is very important for SEO, and meta means that information about data. So let's say that I have a particular data. So HTML document contains data. And if you want to know the information of that data, so data about data is called as metadata. And the meta tag describes the metadata of the HTML page, and it can contain the details like page description, author of the page, keywords, character set, and viewport settings, etc. And we have to provide the meta tag inside the HTML head tag, which is very important. For example, you can use the char set attribute, which defines the character set. In this particular example, by default, this particular code, that is Visual Studio Code, has given me meta char set as UTF-8. So UTF-8 is the one which is recommended for HTML, and this is like character encoding. I mean, how many characters it will support. So different type of characters are supported by different encoding. In case of UTF-8, it supports large varieties of characters, and this is what HTML5 recommends to use UTF-8. For that, you can just give meta, and char set is the name of the attribute, that is character set, and you have UTF-8. Now, if I just hover over this particular attribute, you see, if I just click on this link, you will get more details about this particular link. And then if I just click on this UTF-8, you see you can get more details about this particular UTF-8 from developer.mozilla.org. So at this moment, I'll just close it. If you want, you can read it from there, right? So this is all about char set. And if I just move further, next we have name attribute. So name attribute is extremely important in case of SEO. SEO is like search engine optimization, and for your website to rank, it is very important to give proper SEO. Now, it's not like if you give proper SEO without a good content, your website will rank. It is not going to be possible. But if you have a good content and if you want to rank your website well, then it is good to have a good SEO. So good SEO title will help you to rank your website. For that, we have name attribute. Along with that name attribute, we can use variety of things. For example, I can use keywords. So let's say that if I just give meta name is equal to keywords, and if I just give content is equal to mainframe, HTML5. So what I mean is, you see here, if I just give, let's say, I'll just come here and I'll just give meta, and I'll just click on this meta option, meta abbreviation, and I'll just give meta name, and I can just give here content is equal to. So for names, I can just give keywords. You see, this is what we have mentioned here, that meta name is equal to keyword, and in content you can give the keyword for which your website is more suitable. So I can just give, for example, let's say here I can just give HTML5, CSS, I can just give, for example, mainframe, etc. So you can add a number of keywords here, and now you see that it is not visible in the browser, but internally this will help your browser, your website to rank well in Google, or for that purpose any other search engine. Next we have is viewports, and you see viewport is all about the visible area of your web page. It informs the browser on how to control the dimensions, scale and measurement of the page. You see, we have given here meta name is equal to viewport, content is equal to width, device width. So when we say that width, device width, means it will take the available space as per the device. So for example, if I have the desktop, it will check the available device width, and your website will go and fit in that particular device width. In the same way, if it is a mobile, then it will go and it will fetch, or it will rather set within that particular device width of your mobile. And initial scale 1.0 is the zoom level at the initial scale when the website is rendered. So you see, I have mentioned everything here. Meta name is viewport, content is equal to width, and then next we have is date of revision. So it specifies when you have updated your web page. For that, I can just give meta name is equal to revised. So I can just give here, for example, meta, and I can just give here name is equal to revised, and I can just give in content the particular date. Okay, I can just give, for example, 12/12/2022. It depends on you, right? And now you see, as I have told you, like it specifies the updated date on the web page. Then I have also showed an example here. You see, I have shown an example here at the bottom, right? You can also give the name of the author also, but it is better I can give the name of the author lower down. So author specifies the author of the web page. So I can just give, for example, here, okay, I'll just give here. So I'll just give meta name is equal to author, and I'll just give content. So it is tutorial brain. So the name of the author is tutorial brain. Now everywhere you see, for keywords we are using the content attribute. In case of name, we have to use another attribute called content, where we will be supporting this particular name. For example, we have keywords. For that we have HTML, CSS and mainframe, which is supported using this particular content. Similarly, we have name as revised, and for that we have given this particular date for content, right? Let's move further, and the next one we have is description, and description defines the description of the HTML document. So for example, if I just give here, let's say that I can just give meta. So meta name is equal to description, and I'll just give content as, I can just give something like all about IT tutorials. Okay, so for description of this website I can just give all about IT tutorials. All right, and you see here, first let me just close this particular live server. So first let me just close it, open this again, and now just wait for some time, and you see the title is appearing here. And if I just show you the source code, you see, if I just give view page source, where you can see the page source of the HTML document. Now you see we have meta char set as UTF-8, then we have keywords and so on. And there are some things which are by default given by the browser, and in this case you see this particular live server is using this JavaScript, and from here to here it is using this particular script tag which is given from this particular live server. You don't have to worry about these. And you see I have given this particular relative URL, right? If you just click on this particular URL, now you see it is opening tutorialbrain.com and then / this particular file. So we have set the main URL, that is base URL here, and then we have given the relative URL here, right? So this is how you see all these tags are working. And now let's come back to this particular place, and before that I'll just show you, we have covered about description. Now we have meta HTTP equib, and then we have refresh, and content is equal to 10. Now you see by default here this particular plugin, that is this Emmet plugin in the Visual Studio Code, has given this particular code where we have XUA compatible. So in place of that I can just give, for example, refresh. Okay, so it is like for all browser compatible. So I don't want this. Instead of this I can just want like my website should automatically get refreshed every, let's say, 10 seconds, and instead of Edge browser, because previously for XA compatibility we were using the content, that is it was supporting for Edge, Internet Explorer Edge. Or let me do one thing, let me just duplicate this. Okay, and here I'll just give, for example, a refresh, and here I'll just give, for example, 5. So what is going to happen is that every 5 seconds the website will automatically get refreshed. You see here, and every 5 seconds you will notice here that this particular document is getting automatically refreshed. You see I'm not doing anything, you just watch here and you'll notice that this is getting refreshed. You have just seen it, right? So it is better not to set 5 seconds because it is too early. And if you want, you can keep it. At this moment, I'll just comment it out. Okay. Let's move forward and talk about the next one. The next one is styling in HTML. You can style the HTML document in various ways. For example, the first way is that you can use the style tag. The style tag can be used. First of all, let's be very clear, I'm not talking about style attribute. I'll talk about style attribute as well. And in fact, few places, I think 1 or 2 places I would have given an example of a style attribute. But at this moment, I'm just talking about style tag, not style attribute. So the style tag is used to describe the style sheet of your HTML document, and it is added under the head tag of your HTML document. And it is also called as internal style sheet or embedded style sheet. For example, you see I have mentioned here that you have styles, and then for example you have body, h3p and so on. Let's say that for example I have h3 tag. If I just give for example h3 tag, and I'll just say like all about internal style. If I just save it, and again I'll just add a p tag, and if I just give for example let's say p, and I'll just give here for example lorem 20. Now you see 20 words are added in this particular p tag. In the output we have this particular output. Now let's say that I want to add a background color to the body. For that we can use even the style tag, and the style tag will come under the head tag. So what I can do is I can just give for example style, and under the style, let's say that I want to add the body color, or I can style the body color to a different way. So let's say for body, I'll just give body, and I want the background color as let's say for example I'll just give background. I'll just want to change the background color. So let's say that I want to change the background color to let's say aqua. I like aqua a lot. If I just save it, you see in that output I'm having the background color changing, because what I've done is I've just changed the body itself to this particular aqua color. Similarly, let's say that we have h2 tag, and then we have h3 tag and so on. At this moment h3 tag is in black color. So if I want to change it to let's say orange color, I can just add in this particular style. So I'll just say here that h3, because I'm gonna style h3, so I'll just select h3, or I'll just say for example let's say I don't want to check, or I don't want to change the background color, rather I just want to change the font. So I'll just give font 150. Now if I just want to change the color, I'll just say like color, and I'll just give for example let's say blue. If I just save it, now you see I have this particular font as blue color, right? Similarly, you can add so many things. For example, you can change the font size and so on. So I can just give font, I'll just change the font family to let's say I can just change to Times New Roman, and if I just save it, now you see this is changed. Just to get a proof of this, you can just go to page source, and you see my changes are here, right? So in this way you can use the style tag. So this is what I mentioned here, and you can change the color, and in fact you have lot of other properties which you can apply to the style. For example, you can change the width, you can change the height, you can change the way it is looking. For example, you can italicize it, you can have marker in that, right? So you can do a lot of things. Now let's talk about inline style. So if you want to add a style in the same line in which you have the tag in your body tag, then that is called as inline style. For example, let's say that I have this particular h2 color, h2 tag, and if you want to style this particular h2 tag as tomato as background color, for example, let's say that I have this particular h2 tag and I want this particular tag in tomato color. So what I can do is I can just give style here itself. So this time this is not a style tag, rather we are using the style attribute. And if I just give here for example background color as let's say tomato, right? If I just save it, now you'll notice that in my output I'm having this particular relative URL, right? Instead of background color, if you just want to change the color, text color, then instead of background color, you can just use color, right? Let me just check it properly, right? Color as tomato. And now you'll notice here that we have relative URL, which is h2 tag in tomato color, right? In fact, you can change the font size, you can change the font family and so on, which I'm not going to do now, but you can definitely try from your end. Now let's talk about CSS. It is very important. Now I have told you that we can apply styles in two forms. For example, we can do internal CSS where we are using the style tag in the head section of our HTML document, or you can use the style attribute in form of inline style. In the same way, the third one is we have CSS, which is called as external style sheet. So there are three ways in fact. And in the third one, which is called as CSS, CSS is called as cascading style sheets, and it is an external file whose extension is .css. And you see that I have already shown you that using the link tag, we can connect with our style sheet, that is external resource. In this case, we have style.css. For example, let's say that I have added all these styles right here. So instead of adding all these styles here, if I just copy it, if I just comment it out, and let's say that if I write, first of all, you see, if I just remove everything, now what I mean is, you see here, we have the body color to aqua, and we have style h3 as 150 and color as blue, and we had this particular font family. Now if I just open this particular live server, let me just close the previous one. Now you see that this style is gone. This particular style is gone because I've just commented it out. Now what I'll do is, instead of doing the changes here, that is using internal CSS, I'll just use an external CSS which is called as CSS file. So this is my CSS file, and it is very important that whatever name you have given, for example, if you have given the name as styles.css, then you have to create this particular name, that is, it should be styles, that is with s.css. Now in this case, I'll just give style.css because I have already created the CSS file with the name style.css. Now if I just save it here, now in case of CSS, there won't be any tags like this. You see, we don't have any angular brackets, but what I'll do is I'll just add something like this, that is body is equal to background color, which is aqua, h3, we have font, or I can just give, for example, font size. Instead of font, I'll just give font size. It is always better to use font size, not font. Okay, font size as 150, color as blue, and then I have font family. Now you see, let me just check here. So I have just added that the background color should be aqua, and then we have h3 tag. So I'm just styling the h3 as this particular detail. So it should be working in fact. Let me just check. So if I just click on this style.css, it says that unable to open style.css. Okay, let me just do one thing. Oh, the problem is that, you see, we have this link tag. So this particular link tag should be before this particular base URL. Okay, this is important. Now you see, if I just save it, now you see the changes are visible. So this is very important. This particular link tag should be before the base URL, and that is the reason it was not working previously. Now you see it is working perfectly fine. So that's all about CSS, and I have mentioned here that using CSS we can style our web pages. We can use any CSS properties, and if you want to master about CSS, I'm going to create a very good course which will be like a very detailed course on CSS where I'll be covering everything about CSS. So make sure you subscribe to our channel and you go to the playlist, and you'll be finding a particular playlist which is all related to CSS. Let's come back here, and we can use background color, for example, font size, font family, background color, not background color, sorry. In fact, it is border color, width, height, and there are a lot of other properties, for example, padding, margin, and so on, which will be helpful to style our HTML document. And this is achieved by using external style sheet. You see, we have this particular style sheet, which is external style sheet, right? It is called as external style sheet because the style sheet is defined externally. Let's come back here, and you see this particular style sheet has to be linked via the link tag, right? And this link tag will be present inside the head tag, which I have already shown to you. Here we have this particular link tag, and this link tag will come under this head tag. So I hope you have got enough information from this chapter, and I think I have covered everything. And yeah, I feel that I have covered everything, and I can see that here I should have a proper comment. So I'll just uncomment it out, and I'll comment from starting of style to end of style, right? So first let me just save it, and meanwhile I'll just have a cup of tea, and if you want you can also take a break, pause this video and come back, and we'll start from the next chapter. Okay, let's move forward to our next chapter. For that, first I'll just close this particular folder, and let me just go to chapter number 7. This is all about attributes, iframe and JavaScript, and I've created two HTML files. First one is for all about attributes and iframe. Next one we have is for JavaScript. So let me just open this particular folder via VS Code, and let me just close the previous one. Okay, it is not required. And I'll also do one thing, I'll just open this particular PDF. So let me just drag it and keep it on this particular folder. So now we have this particular chapter, that is chapter number 7. So first let's discuss about attributes. In fact, we already know what are attributes, but what I've done is I've created a particular separate chapter only for attributes, so that I'll be discussing all the attributes one by one which are important for you. Without wasting much time, let's start about attributes. We know that attributes provide extra information about the tags, and it is like adding more properties to the tags. So you see, we know that attributes comes in pairs. For example, attribute name is equal to value, and the first attribute which I want to show you is href attribute. We know that when we are dealing with links, in that we have a tag, and along with the a tag we are using href attribute for adding our destination link. So what I've done is here, you see I have this particular HTML file, and I have just given this particular example, that is href attribute. I have already coded this just to save time, and we have already taken enough example of anchor links, and that is the reason it would not be a good idea to code everything again. So what I've done is I've just given this particular link in href, and if I just open this particular link in live server, if I just open this document in the live server, let me just close the previous one. Now if I just click on this welcome to Tutorial Brain, now it leads me to tutorialbrain.com, right? So we know that this is possible because of this extra information of the a tag, that is href attribute, right? In the same way, you see I have explained everything about href attribute, and if href attribute is blank, then it will remain in the same page. So what I mean is, here if I don't give any value, you see if I just save it, now you see nothing is going to happen. If I just click on this, it is going to be the same page itself, right? But in this case, let me just give some value, and if I just save it, now if I just refresh it, and if I just click on this link, it will lead to Tutorial Brain. Now let's talk about the next attribute, which is src and alt attribute. So we know that if we are using images, for that we have source attribute, that is the src attribute, using which we define the path of that particular image. And we have already taken examples wherein we have given a particular website where the path of the image is mentioned. What I'll do is, you see I have created a folder with the name img. So in the same chapter where I have the HTML file, here itself I have this particular folder with the name img, and I have the name of my image file, that is learn.html.png. So what I've done is I've just given the path. So I've just given the folder name, that is img / I have to go inside this folder and then I have to fetch this particular image name, right? So this is called as src, and you see I have this particular image. And if I just give a particular wrong name, for example, if I just give, like, let's say HTMLs, so this is the wrong name. In this case, the image is not going to load, and therein this particular alt will be shown. So you see, front-end roadmap is shown because I've given a wrong name, or in case if the image is not able to load properly in the browser. If I give right name, then the correct image will be loaded. Alright, so this is all about src and alt attribute. Let's talk about style attribute. We already know that using the style attribute, we can do the inline styling. For example, in this case, we have added a background color which is yellow, and color of the text as brown, and border color as 2 pixel. You see it is 2 pixel solid green, and this is the paragraph. In the output, you can see that if I just come down, you see the border is 2 pixel green color, then the background color of this particular paragraph is yellow, and the text color is brown. This is possible using the style attribute. Okay, so we have covered 3 attributes I have mentioned here: src attribute, and then you see we have given the alt attribute, and apart from this alt attribute, we have also covered the style attribute, which we have mentioned somewhere here. I'll just show you. It will be here somewhere. You see we have this style attribute, right? I'll talk about ID attribute and class attribute as we move further. Before that, let me just show you the lang attribute. So lang attribute sets the language of your HTML document. At start, you see we have given lang is equal to n. That is, en stands for English. If I just remove this, if I just simply give HTML, then by default the language attribute is English. So it means that it is same as lang is equal to English. If you want to set the language as, let's say, French, I can just give fr. It will set the language as French and so on. So at this moment, I'll just keep it as English because I'm going to add everything about English language. I mean everything on English language, right? So that is the reason I'm just setting the lang is equal to n. So if you don't have emmet, then you have to code all these separately. And the beauty of using Visual Studio Code is that we have emmet plugin already inbuilt in that, and once I use VS Code, emmet already comes into picture and it gives this particular boilerplate, right? Let's move forward and talk about dir attribute. Dir attribute decides the flow of the text. For example, whether it will be left to right or right to left. Now I'll just show you the output here. You see, in case of dir attribute, if I just write something, for example, let's say that if I just give h4 RTL and share the video with your friends. So I've just given this particular information, and now you see this is coming from right to left. That is, the flow is from right to left. So it is not starting from here. So what I mean is, if I just change the difference, you see, if I just make it as LTR, that is left to right. So by default, even if I don't mention the direction, I mean dir, if I don't mention the dir attribute, it will be from left to right. You see here it says share this video with your friends. If I just remove this, I'm gonna get the same output. This is the same output, and if I just give the same thing, that is direction as LTR, I'm getting the same output. But if I just change to RTL, the output is changed. Are you able to see this? So this is the output we are getting. Next attribute is all about ID and classes. To explain ID and class, first let me do one thing. I'll just add a p tag first, and I'll just give lorem, let's say 15. And now again I'll just duplicate this. Okay, so there are 2 p tags, and I'll just give here a br tag, and again under the class attribute I'll just give p tag, and I'll just give lorem, let's say 25. Okay, again I'll just duplicate this p tag. Here I'll just give a br tag. Okay, now you see the output. So you see, this is the output. We have ID attribute, then we have class attribute, and since we have a BR, that is the reason we have a gap, right? I mean, we have a line break. Now let's say that what I want is, I want to add some different color only to this particular paragraph. Now what I can do is, let's say that I can add a style attribute here itself and I can change it. But using the inline styling is not the best option. It is better to have either external style sheet, or it is better to have internal style sheet. So if I just add internal style sheet here, so we know that I can just add style here. What I have to do is, I'll just give here style, and under this style tag I'll just give p tag. Under the p tag, let's say that I want to add background color. If I just give background or background color, whatever it is, let's say that I will give a background color, or let's say blue. If I just save it, in the output you will see that all the paragraphs are in blue color, but I only want to have this particular paragraph in blue color. In that case, it is better that what I can do is, I can have this particular paragraph with ID. So I'll just give a name for that particular paragraph, and that particular name will be unique. So I'll just give, for example, P1 or para 1. Okay. And now what I'll do is, here I'll just give hash para 1. Now for ID, we have to just give hash and name of that particular ID. And it is important to note that one particular ID name will not repeat in an HTML document. That means ID name will be unique. So you cannot have, for example, this particular paragraph as, let's say, ID1. Similarly, this paragraph also should not be ID1. It can be any other name apart from, I mean not ID1, I mean para1. It should not be having the name as para1. In fact, it can have any other name apart from para1. Now you see the output, only this particular paragraph is changed. So this is the beauty of having ID, that once you give the name of that particular ID to a particular paragraph, you can have styles only on that particular paragraph. And let's say that what you want is, now let's say I want the paragraph, that is this particular paragraph and this particular paragraph, with a common background color. So for that I can use class name. Beauty of class name is that it can be duplicate class name. For example, if I just give here P class is equal to, let's say that I'll just give para2, or I'll just say like common para, and again I'll just copy it from here and I'll just paste it here. If I just save it, now at this moment you see there are no changes, but if I want to apply some changes, what I can do is, I'll just go to my style. Under here I'll just give dot common para. So for classes we have to use dot, and we see here that it is dot common para, and I'll just show you here. You see, this is the name we are using, that is common para. And if I just come here, you see it is showing some underline. So it says like, do not use empty rule sets. So that means it is saying me like you have to add some CSS properties or styles. So I'll just give here, for example, background color as, let's say, I'll just give a background color as, for example, green, or green yellow is also fine. If I just save it, now you see the difference. Now you see this particular paragraph and this paragraph are having yellow green color, because what I've done is we have given the class name as common. So this class name and this class name is same. So that is the difference between ID and classes. Classes can have duplicate class names, but IDs will always be unique. And I have explained everything here. So this is all about ID attribute. ID attribute is a way to group some elements and apply a particular style to them. ID name and value must be unique. I have already explained to you. For example, H3 ID. So it is not that you can apply this particular ID name only on P. So P is one of the tag. So like this, you can have any tag. For example, you can have H2 tag, you have H3 tag, you have any number of tags, and you can apply the ID attribute on that. Now, same with class name is that the class name is also a way to group some elements or tags and apply a particular common style on that particular group of elements. But the difference is that you can have duplicate class names, but ID names will always be unique, right? So this is an example, and here I've just shown a div. I'll just explain about div as well. At this moment, if you don't know about div, just consider div as a section. So for example, when you have paragraph, you see paragraph is also one particular section in fact, and in the same way div is also a section, but div is mostly used to divide multiple sections, and div is used to have like a container for multiple things. So that is the reason we are using div, and I have shown this particular example here with div. So in the class we have used the p class, but you can have any other tag, same like I have just told about IDs. So I have talked about all these, so let me just check which all is pending. So we have seen about href, src is also covered, alt attribute we have seen, ID attribute, class attribute I have just explained to you, style attribute I have just shown, and language attribute, dir attribute is also covered. Let's talk about width and height attribute. It's very simple. I think by now you would have already guessed. So let's say that here you see we have this particular image, right? So by default, if you see, we have this particular image, and if I don't give the width and height, so it will take the image width. So this is the particular image width, and if you want to set your own width and height, you can just give width and height here. You see width as 350 and height as 700. If I just change it to, let's say, 600, if I save it, now you see the height got changed, right? So in this way you can use this particular width and height attributes. Let's come down and talk about iframes. So iframes are also called as inline frames, and if you want to embed one document, or if you want to embed a website within a particular HTML document, then you can use iframes. For that, I'll just give iframe, and now here you see we have to give the source, and then frame border is 0, that means it will not be having any border. And if I just save it, let me just give a particular website, for example https://www.google.com. but if you just give google.com, for example, Google does not allow you to embed itself in a particular HTML document. What I mean is, if I just come down, you see here it says Google refused to connect. That means Google will not allow you to embed itself in a particular HTML document. So what I'll do is I'll just give an example of another website, for example our own website, which is Tutorial Brain, that is tutorialbrain.com. Now you'll notice here that we have this particular Tutorial Brain website. In fact, you can add the width and height of this particular iframe as per your requirement. For example, I can just give, for example, let's say width is, let's say, 500, and I'll just give height as, let's say, 500, or I can just give height as, let's say, 600. Let's save it, and now you see that I've set the width and height of this particular iframe, right? So this is called as iframe. So I think we have covered everything from this particular PDF, and the last one I think we have is JavaScript. So before that, I've mentioned here that iframes is also known as inline frame. It allows us to embed a web page within the current web page, and I've just given this particular example, and even I've set the width and height. Let's talk about JavaScript. So we know that with the HTML you can create the skeleton of your website, that is structure of your website. With CSS you can style them, and with JavaScript you can have functionality, or the way you can interact with the website or users. So how users will interact with the website, or how you will add multiple functionalities, is all driven by JavaScript. So HTML JavaScript describes executable files which will be used on a web page, and using JavaScript we can make up the website more interactive. For JavaScript, what I've done is I've created a separate file. Now we know that for JavaScript, either we can add JavaScript in the head section, or we can add JavaScript here, that is under body section. So let's say that we have this particular paragraph that is subscribe tutorial brain. And first, if I just open this with live server, now you see that I have this button that is subscribe, and then we have this like button, right? At this moment, these are just dummy buttons. What I can do is I can add functionalities with respect to these buttons using JavaScript, and I'm just gonna use simple JavaScript for HTML. So I have a button, and for that I have just used button type is equal to button, and I have just given subscribe. Now what I'll do is under the head section, you see here under the head section, I'll just add a script tag, and we know that we can add JavaScript under the head tag or even body tag. I'll show you first how we can do with respect to head tag, and in fact we have already seen some examples, few examples of script tag, but this will be like a revision for you. And let's say that I'll define a function. For example, I'll just give here function, and let's say I give the name of the function as subscribe. Okay, and since it is a function, we have to give parenthesis. So this is the opening of parenthesis, this is the closing of parenthesis, right? So this is the function. Inside the function I'll add some functionality. For example, I'll just give document dot get element by ID. I'll just give, for example, let's say, I think the name is wrong here, it is get element by ID, and I'll just give, for example, let's say subs dot inner HTML. Okay, inner HTML is equal to, let's say, I'll just give subscribed. Okay, or I can just give subscribe the channel. All right, and I'll just give a semicolon. It is always better to end with semicolon. And this is the function. So what I'm saying is I'll just give a particular element by ID. So this is the ID I have given. So for that, what I'll do is I'll just give p ID is equal to, I'll just give subs. Okay, so this is the ID I have given here, and I'm using this particular same ID here. So I'll just get the element, this particular element by this particular ID, that is subs, and I'll just change it. That is, at start we have subscribe tutorial brain. With for this particular content, once the user will click on this particular subscribe button, I'll just change it to subscribe the channel. So how it is done is, like you see here, I've just given p ID is equal to subs, and again what I'll do is it is mentioned that subscribe tutorial brain, and here button type is equal to button, and here I'll just mention, for example, on click. Okay, on click is equal to, I'll just give, for example, subscribe. Okay, subscribe, and here it is already subscribed, right? So what I'm saying is, like, once the button is clicked, so that is the reason I'm saying on click, just invoke this function. And now if I just go to my output, you see if I just click on this subscribe, you just see that this particular content will get changed. If I just click on this subscribe button, it says subscribe the channel, right? So you can add any content here. In fact, if you don't want to add subscribe the channel, you can add any other functionalities. Now here you see we have just added a very blank button, but in case you have a real functionalities, for example, in YouTube channel you have subscribe button, right? And you see once you subscribe, it might show like subscribe the channel, right? And internally it will also subscribe the channel. So for that you can have any other logic. I'm not going to talk about that logic. I'm only covering with respect to HTML. Now we can also have JavaScript in the body tag itself. So here what I can do is, instead of writing script tag here, I have another particular paragraph which is mentioned that like this video. In fact guys, please like this video. So like the video, and if I just click on this like video, nothing is happening to this particular paragraph, but I want to have a particular script which will run on this particular button. If I click on the button, this particular content should get changed. For that, what I'll do is I'll just give an ID for this. So I'll just give PID is equal to, let's say I'll just give the name of the ID as like, and here we have given like this video. I've given button type is equal to button, and I'll just give here on click. Okay, on click is equal to, let's say, I'll just give single quotes here instead of double quotes, and I'll just explain the reason as well. So here I'll just give document dot get element by ID, and I'll just give, for example, let's say here I'll just give like. Okay, so I'll just give like. Okay, and you see here, if I would have given double quotes here, then it will be problem here, because here we have double quotes and again we will be having double quotes. So this particular HTML will get confused and we will be getting a wrong output. That is the reason we have given double quotes, single quote here. So I'll just give here, for example, let's say dot inner HTML, and I'll just give, for example, is equal to, I'll just give, let's say I can just give here liked the video. Alright, and if I just save it, now you see in the output, if I just click on this like button, it says liked the video. So this is how you can use JavaScript. So that's all. I think I have covered everything. Let me just show you the PDF, and it says the script tag describes the client side script, that is JavaScript. And please remember that JavaScript is like a client side. That means it is running on your local browser. It is not running on the server, and that is the reason it is called as client side. For example, I have just given script tag and then I have given document.get element by ID. So in fact, there are a lot of ways you can get element. For example, you can also have get element by class and so on. At this moment, for this particular example, I have just given get element by ID, and I have just, for example, here in this case it is TBYT course, but in our case the IDs are subs and like, right? And you see here what we had done is, like, I have created an ID for this particular class with the name as like, and for this particular button what I'm saying is, like, on click, what I'll do is I'll just go to document, this document, and I'll just search for this particular ID, that is like, and I'll just say the content as liked the video. And you see this is the name of the button, right? So you see, if I just save it again, and now you see it is here, and if I just click on this like, you see it is showing as like the video. So this is the overall concept of this particular script tag. So that's all about chapter 7. Now the last chapter is all about chapter 8, which is all related to audio, video and YouTube. Let's talk about chapter 8 now. First, let me just go to chapter 8, and here I have created two HTML files. One is div.html. So actually it is not part of this chapter, but I missed to explain div tag in detail, and that is the reason I have created a div.html. And then I have created audio, video and YouTube, which is all related to chapter number 8. First, let me just open this particular folder with VS Code, and I'll just go back to my previous VS Code and I'll just close this. This is not required. For audio, I have created a particular audio file. So this audio file I have created by myself, and then this is the particular video file which I have just downloaded from a particular website. I think we downloaded it from, maybe it will be from somewhere, maybe Pixabay or I think Unsplash. Okay, so these two are very good websites for free footages or free images or free videos. Now first let me just go to my PDF and I'll just open this PDF. You see it is all about audio, video and YouTube. So you can add or you can embed an audio file in your HTML document. So we can use the audio files like MP3, OGG or WAV files on the website, that means on HTML5 document, and to embed the audio sound or audio file, we have to just use the tag called audio tag. So for that, what I'll do is, first let me just open this particular folder, this particular file, and I'll just give, for example, audio, and I have to give the location from where I should be giving the path of that particular audio. So let's say that I have the audio file present here, right? So the name of the audio file is HTML5. I think it is the name, that is HTML-audio. So I'll just give this particular path, right? And now you see that if I just give something like this, You might feel that this will work. So in fact, this is not going to work because you have just given the path. You see, I have just given the path, and let me just close the previous two documents. These are not required. And you see, there are nothing happening here because we have missed to give the controls. And before that, you see here, this is the particular syntax. So to embed the audio sound, we have to use audio element or audio tag, which I have just shown to you. And there are some attributes which you have to use. For example, controls is very important attributes using which your audio control will be visible. And then you have to give the SRC. So we have already given SRC, but we have not given the controls, right? So first I'll just give here, for example, audio controls. And you see here, if I just come back here, I should be having source SRC is equal to HTML audio. Now you see, if I just give something like this, you see, if I just give exactly like this, if I just go to the output, now you see it is still going to work. You see, this is my audio file, and here there is play speed, right? And then you can change from here, right? So it will still work, but what I would suggest you is that it is better you have the source attribute. That is, you just give here source SRC is equal to this particular path. And what I'll do is I'll just move this particular controls from here to here. And now I'll just have this particular audio here, that is ending of this particular audio. Just save it, and this looks far better. Now you see the output. I'm getting the same output. Okay, so it is up to you. If you do something like this, that is, if I just give that is like this, or first let me just close everything, it's not required. I'll just give here audio, and here I'll just give controls, and I'll just give the particular location, and both are same. So you see, I'll just give, for example, H2 way to use audio, and I'll just give as 1, and I'll just copy this, and I'll just paste it here, and way to use audio 2. So it depends. And you see, you can use any of these methods. You can just mute it. Here also you can mute it, and so on. So both these options are exactly same. So it depends on you which particular way you want, you can use it. Now, if I just go to my document, you see other attributes which we can use along with this audio is that first one is autoplay. So what I mean is, you see, for example, if I just give here autoplay, if I just save it, once we go to the browser, you see automatically this particular sound will come. You see here, I have just given here, for example, autoplay. If I just save it, now you see automatically this particular sound will play. But I would recommend not to give autoplay because it sometimes irritates the user. So it decreases the user experience, and until you have a strong reason to include autoplay, you can just use autoplay. So first let me just comment it out, or what I'll do is I'll just copy this and I'll just remove this, or I'll just comment out this particular code. Okay, it is not required, and I'll be having this particular code. Alright, so I'm just leaving this particular autoplay here, and I'm just saving it. If you want, you can just refer that. You can include the autoplay here, which I've just commented it out, right? Again, you see we have loop. So if you want to loop the audio, for that you can just give loop. So you see, if I just give here auto controls loop, and now if I just come down here in my output, now you see the audio will completely loop. You see, it is looping itself. Alright, and this is governed by this loop attribute. Now you see we have talked about autoplay and then loop, and I've just given a note that we can also hide the audio and play it automatically when the website loads. So depending on your requirement, you can do that. For example, you see you have this particular control. So let me not change anything here. What I'll do is here I'll just remove the control, or let us do one thing. We'll just copy this, we'll comment it out, and here I'm having this particular audio, right? And let me just uncomment it out. I think it is better so that you should not get confused. And in place of controls, you see, if I just remove everything, now I'll just give, for example, let's say autoplay. If I just save it, now if I just come here, See, this is automatically playing, but we don't have that particular audio. I mean, what I just want to show you is that if I just hide it, I mean if I just comment it out, and this one is also not required at this moment. If I just comment it out, now you see that I have this particular audio, right? And it is going to automatically play in your website once the browser is loaded, because we have given autoplay, but we have not defined this particular control, and that is the reason this particular audio will be hidden. And if I just give a space and if I just save it, you see it is coming here and this is automatically playing, but this audio is not visible because we have hidden it, and it is hidden because we have not coded the controls. So I think it is clear now. Let me just uncomment it out, and I think, yeah, it is fine. And this one I'll just comment it out, that is autoplay. If you want, you can play it, because I'm just creating this video and it will be irritating to the users. That is the reason I'm just commenting it out. Now here, let's talk about video. As we can embed audio, in the same way we can also embed video. So in HTML5 we can embed a video using video. So here what I can do is I'll just give, for example, like h2, and I'll just say embedding a video, and for that I'll just give a video tag, and you see I can just give a particular location. So this is the particular file which I'm going to embed. So in fact, it is not important that you will be having the file in a particular folder or in your local computer. In fact, you can host your file somewhere else as well. I'll be showing you that even you can embed a YouTube video as well. So at this moment, if I just give something like this, and if I just give, you see here, I'll just give controls. If I just save it, now in the output, you see this is the particular video I'm talking about, right? And you see, if I just play this video, you see I can play this video and I can mute this, then I can enlarge it from here. Then we have some options, for example, download, play speed, picture in picture, and so on. This is how we can embed a video. And if I just come back here, so in the same way like audio, we can have autoplay, loop, and controls. So controls I've already given. I can also give here autoplay, and automatically this video will play. You see here, you see automatically this video is playing when the browser is loaded. And I can just give loop as well. Sorry for that, it should be LOOP. And now you see it is automatically playing, and it will automatically loop. So it will automatically play n number of times like a loop, right? Let me just pause it and I'll just comment it out. I mean, what I'll do is I'll just copy this, or let me just duplicate it, and loop one I'll just remove it because I don't want to, loop it. Autoplay also I'll just remove it at this moment, and the previous one I'll just comment it out. If you want, you can refer it here. Now if I just come to my PDF, you see I can also have muted attribute, and you see if I just code muted, while running it will be muted. You see at start it is muted. You see here we have a slant line here which is showing like muted, right? In the same way, you see I can disable the download option. So at this moment, you see if I just go to my output, here we can download this particular video. But if you want the users not to download the video, you see here we have control list is equal to no download. So if you want to disable the download option, just use it. So what I'll do is I'll just give here, for example, I'll just duplicate this. I'll just comment the previous one, and I'll just give here, for example, control list is equal to no download. Okay, sorry for this spelling mistake. It is controls list is equal to no download. And now if I just come here, you see I don't have the download option, right? So in this way you can use control list. And the better way is like if you want to have some video on your website and you already have that video in your YouTube, then you can embed that video. For example, let's say if I just come back to my YouTube channel, that is Tutorial Brain. Let's say you come to my YouTube channel, and if I just click on this particular video, now you see here we have this share option, right? If you just click on this share option, if you just click on this embed, if you just copy this, so what I'm doing is exactly, if you see here, it is using iframe. Now if I just come here and if I just copy this and if I just paste it, now you see it uses iframe to embed this video. Now if I just go to my output, now you see I can use this particular video on my website, right? So this video will be playing on this particular website. In fact, you can just give a particular, let's say, be a tag, so that it is coming in the next line, and just wait for some time, and now you see that this video is coming here, right? So in this way you can use directly your YouTube videos, and to use the YouTube videos we must embed the video YouTube ID of that particular video. Now if you just go back to here, you see here we have just given embed and then we have this particular ID. Now if you just come back to our video, you see if I just close it, now if I just go to share, you see this is the particular video ID. Okay, so you can also give something like this. For example, if I just copy it and if I just come back here, see I'll just give a be a tag and you can do something like this. That is, we know that we can use the iframe, right? So I can just give iframe and I'll just give this particular path, and now you see if I just go to my browser, actually YouTube is not allowing this to embed this particular video using iframe directly like this. Instead, if you want to use iframe, then you have to use the iframe properties which is provided by YouTube. That means what you have to do is you have to go to this embed option and it uses iframe. You see it is using this particular code and you have to use here, right? And even you can start at a particular location, you can enable the privacy enhanced mode and so on. So there are a lot of features. You have API reference and so on. So if I just close it, now if I again go to share, you see there are other ways. For example, you can copy this particular link, or you see there are a lot of ways using which you can share your videos. But if you want to host this video on your website, so in fact it is already hosted on YouTube, but you want to use that particular video on your website, then you can use the iframe directly from the YouTube, which YouTube suggests. And you see along with the iframe you are having the src attribute, right? So I've just given here that we have this particular src attribute. So this is not working exactly, so I'll just comment it out. In fact, you can use the iframe properties, iframe tag, along with other properties which YouTube suggests, right? So this is what YouTube is suggesting. And in fact, if I just try to copy this and if I just uncomment it out and if I just give something like this, if I just paste it, so this is my video in embedded form, and if I just go to my output, now you see here this particular video is playing because what we have done is, you see here I've just given youtube.com embed and then video ID. So every video in YouTube is having an ID. So this is the particular ID I'm talking about, and just to get the ID, what you can do is you just have to go to embed and here you will be having the ID, right? You see this is the ID, or you can just come back to share and here you have the ID. Even in mobile devices you will be able to see this particular ID. Okay, just close it and now I can see this particular output here, right? So let's see what we have written here, that to use YouTube videos we must embed the YouTube ID of the video, and this is what we have done. We have embedded the YouTube ID, right? By default YouTube has a unique video ID, I have already explained to you, and we can use the iframe tag along with src attribute. Now let's talk about embedding YouTube video using custom code. So this is what custom code looks like. Okay, so the best way to embed a video from YouTube is using iframe tag, which I have already shown. For example, this is the syntax, and you can just give the particular youtube.com/embed and then YouTube ID, video ID. So this is what we have given and it is working perfectly. So either you see in the output, either you can use in this form or you can use in the small form. So it all depends on your requirement. So that's all. We have covered a lot in this HTML tutorial, and I think this video tutorial is quite comprehensive and quite a long video. In fact, I wanted to keep this video short, maybe 3 hours, but in that case I was missing a lot of important concepts, and that is the reason this course is particularly helpful for those who wants to master HTML in a greater way. And in fact, I'll be having a complete paid course which will be even more than 10 hours of course. And that course is only for those serious learners who want to excel in HTML. So we have covered a lot of things in this free course, but in that paid course, we will be having a lot of other details in a very depth manner, right? And also, I'll be releasing coupon codes in between. And in case, if you want to take that particular course for free, I mean the premium course for free, if you're lucky or if you're following me properly, then you can use that particular coupon code quite early, and the first 1,000 students who will be using that coupon code on the paid course, for them that course will become free. Anyways, if you're not able to use the coupon course, feel free to message me and I'll try to help you, or I'll make sure that you get that particular course in discounted rate only for those serious learners who want to learn and master HTML completely. If you understood a lot from this particular course, then that course will be a very good course for you. But in case if you don't want to excel much and you are happy with the course which you have taken here, then you don't have to take that particular course. Alright, so it all depends how much deep level of learning you want to do. So that's all in this particular chapter. And before wrapping this chapter, you see here what I've done is I've just created this particular where is that div.html. Yeah, so this is the file which I have created, and I just wanted to show you about the div. So div is a very important tag, and I missed to tell you in a detailed manner. So first, what is div? So basically, using div you can have multiple sections. So just to divide in separate areas or section, you can have div tag, and that is the reason you see here I've just given div, and there is no need to add styles, but just to separate it properly I've added this style. And you see this is the first div, again this is the second div, this is the third div, and I'll be providing this code to you. You see we have this UL tag, and under this UL tag we have all the months from January to April, right? Similarly, the next one we have is May to August and so on, right? So div tag is a very important tag. In the same way, in this particular course, we have covered, I think maybe 70% of tags, I think we have already covered. But in HTML5, there are a lot of tags. In fact, we have more than 110 tags. And if you just go to our YouTube channel, if I just come back, you see we have created a course. And if you just go to this particular course, that is all HTML tags explained, and I'll be providing the link of this particular course. I mean, this is a free course, and if you want to master all the tags, so you see in this particular video, I've covered all the tags. I think it will be 110 or 120 tags, which is covered in details, and this is a course which is 3.5 hours of course. So if you're really interested in getting or understanding all the tags, then you can just go to this particular link and watch the video. But in this particular course, I mean the free course for HTML tutorial, I tried to give you my honest time to provide all the important tags to you so that you should understand the HTML from start to end. With this, let's close this video lesson, and if you like this video, hit on the like button. Do subscribe to our channel because you will be getting a lot of important videos not only on HTML but on other technologies as well. For example, my next target is Python. Similarly, I'll be creating courses on Java, CSS, and in fact, I'm an expert in mainframe as well. So those courses are coming line up in this particular channel. So do subscribe to our channel. Till then, take care. Bye.